So let me, on behalf of Cuts International and also on behalf of our partners of this particular project, which is supported by the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office of the United Kingdom, earlier which was known as the Department for International Development of the United Kingdom, under their program called Asia Regional Trade and Connectivity Program. This project is supported by them. It is coming to an end by the end of this month on 31st March. So this is the final meeting of the project. So let me first of all thank FCDO of the United Kingdom, particularly Dr. Sutapa Chowdhury. Is the deputy head of the Indo-Pacific Regional Department based at the British High Commission in New Delhi. And Mr. Mohit Sippi is a senior program manager in this department, Indo-Pacific Regional Department in the British High Commission in New Delhi, for their support. Let me also thank our partners for partnering, not just for partnering with us in this work, but also the kind of trust, the kind of belongingness that they have shown while doing this work at a very, I would say, uncertain time. The project started in January 2020. Within 3 months of the project, we were faced with the COVID, with the pandemic. So in the first 3 months of the project, during the inception phase, I remember, and Mohit would also remember, that we have planned everything. Our field work plan, our inception meeting, followed by field work, everything was planned. But we couldn't do anything. Since suddenly we have to, I'm saying all this before I come to the substantial part. Suddenly we have to switch into this online mode and all those things. Then when the first wave subdued, I remember that I must thank my colleagues for the kind of support which they have given to the project. Immediately they went to the field. And between the first wave and second wave, we completed much of our field work. Of course, with necessary safeguards and those kind of things. Anyway, this project is for this sub-region, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, and Nepal. This is not about, let me also say that very clearly, this is not about, or not just about, the motor vehicles agreement that Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, and Nepal signed, the framework agreement that they signed in June 2015. Then in April 2017, Bhutan decided to opt out, which was agreed. But at the same time, this was a very I would say, very kind gesture on the part of Bhutan that they agreed that the other 3 member states of the BBIN subregion, they can take it forward. So I'll talk a little bit about it, that the draft protocols for the movement of passenger, personal, and cargo vehicles, they are almost finalized, I would say. 1 round of trial runs have taken place. The second round of trial runs is going to take place very soon in this year, in fact, within the next few months. But this project, we didn't just look at the road transport in this subregion. We have, if I may say this, we have gone slightly ahead of the curve to look at the multimodal connectivity prospects in this subregion, including taking into account the multimodal connectivity plan that Asian Development Bank has prepared for the BIMSTEC subregion or BIMSTEC region, Bay of Bengal, multi-sectoral trade and economic, technical and economic cooperation. So that master plan is there. So we have looked at that very, very closely, and we tried to see that what kind of alignments that we can think of in the context of multimodal connectivity in this subregion. So this is the final meeting of this program. I'm not going to, this is a background note, I'm not going to go through this. What we have found through this work, that multimodal connectivity is already there in this subregion. That's the key message. What we need to see is how we can operationalize the existing connectivity by looking at the gaps which are to be filled up. And there are various agencies, including Asian Development Bank, including World Bank, which are particularly these two agencies, and now United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, UNESCAP. They are also very much into this program. Whereas UNESCAP, the head of UNESCAP Delhi office, she is going to speak in the afternoon. And my understanding is that UNESCAP is more looking at the soft capacity building, soft infrastructure development. While hard infrastructure is getting developed, we also need to develop soft infrastructure. So that is one particular thing that UNESCAP is very keen on. So with that, let me now come to this opening session. We have 4 very distinguished speakers in the opening session. 2 of them have joined us online. We have Dr. Didar Singh, who is the former Secretary of Overseas Affairs, Government of India, and also a distinguished fellow of CUTS International. Dr. Didar Singh, also a former Secretary General of Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, FICCI. He was member of finance at the National Highways Authority of India. He also served as Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Heavy Industries and Ministry of Commerce in the Government of India. He is an internationally known expert in e-commerce and ICT development. And I know that Dr. Singh has done a lot of work, particularly in this context in India and particularly in Northeast. And he has been a constant source of advice and encouragement for this project. He holds a PhD on the policy and administration of e-commerce, and he graduated from University of Birmingham with a master's in development administration. So Dr. Singh, though he is based in Delhi, but for some other urgent work, he has to go outside Delhi. So he is joining us online. Then Kuan Cheng Huang, he is a professor, Department of Transportation and Logistics Management, the National Yang Ming Chiang Tung University in Taiwan. He is an advisor to this project, and this project has benefited immensely, I would say, from his advice, his guidance. We have Dr. Sutapa Chaudhary, who is the Deputy Head, Indo-Pacific Regional Department, India and Indian Ocean Directorate, Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office of the United Kingdom. I'll introduce her more formally when her turn will come. And we have Mr. Gopal Krishna, he is a former Secretary in the Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India. So with that, let me now request Dr. Didar Singh for his opening remarks. Over to you, Dr. Singh.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. The host is okay. Now we are also on video. I hope you can see me and you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you very clearly. And yes,
thank you very much, Bipulji. You have really given it the right perspective of the whole project and how it's happened. I'll just dwell a little bit more on why we need to look at this political economy angle. You know, political economy, as we understand it, is actually political policy. The reason why we find that this BBIN region or the SAARC region has not really progressed economically is because we've never had the political economy to back it. So correctly so, we had DFID actually ask CUTS 3 years ago to look at how to enable political economy to support the project. And that's a very, very important angle. And I want to just dwell a little bit on what is political economy. Essentially, political economy, as I'm mentioning, is political policy. And where does political policy come from? It comes from government and it comes from parliament. All these 4 nations of BBIN that we're talking about all have parliaments. And unless the parliaments agree to it, nothing actually moves. So in any ways, we have to understand that the economy of the region is dependent on political support. Now, this concept of political economy was first introduced by Adam Smith some 250 years ago. But basically, it was trying to say that we have to understand that there is a whole basis behind every economic move. And that basis is the political structure. Now, in BBIN, we have been able to see, and I must really compliment Cuts for doing this work so well, especially with the partnerships that they developed across the region. They were able to bring different parts of the economic angles together. And we hope, therefore, that this project can be and will be a real milestone in setting the future. And here I must compliment Cuts in understanding that this is not just, as Bipulji has just mentioned, it's not just about the motor vehicles agreement. Once we have the political economy behind us, we can go many, many places. And today we find that that is actually happening. We are beginning to see that all these countries are really understanding that if you get the political economy support, you can really go places in ensuring that this multimodal connectivity that we're talking about is just a precursor to the trade agreements that will come about and the trade linkages that already exist that Bipulji just mentioned, and to how to benefit from it and how to benefit the whole region. We have seen women being involved. We have seen marginalized people being involved, and all this is extremely good. We find that this region, the SAARC region or the BBIN region, is something which is not yet so well integrated as it should be, as we find in Europe and other places. And this project will help in ensuring that this is going to happen. I must compliment Cuts on completing the project in time, despite all the difficulties of the pandemic, and being able to really focus on the main issues that really stop us. And these 3 sessions that we are going to have today will actually focus on the 3 main areas of ensuring that the political economy is something that must take us forward in many ways than just the multimodal sector that we are talking about right here. So thank you very much, everybody here, for joining us. Thank you to all the tremendous support that has come from World Bank, from ADB, from everywhere, to ensure that this is not a one-time activity and is something which is going to be followed up by many, many more to come in the future. Thank you very much, everybody here, and we hope you enjoyed today's seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. You have rightly emphasized on political economy and political policy. I mean, the political economy behind policy making and policy implementation. See, this is what we have tried to do through this work. While we always talk about this infrastructure development, the hard infrastructure development, once we understand, we have better understanding about the political economy in this sub-region, I think road connectivity or multimodal connectivity, they are just the beginning. There are many other areas that Dr. Singh has rightly said, where we can think of sub-regional cooperation among the BBIN sub-region. Energy is another possibility. Sky may be the limit for cooperation among ourselves. But for that to happen, we have to understand the political economic context. of the sub-region. India is a huge country. It is, our neighbors are smaller economies. They have their own development challenges. So we have to balance. Political economy is all about, as I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, that it is all about identification of winners and losers, and what are the possible sources of vested interest. So once we understand that, in this, through this work, we have understood who are the winners and losers and what are the sources of vested interest on various aspects of connectivity. So once we understand that and see to it, come out with a proposal, something which is win-win for everybody, for all stakeholders. And it is possible. Through this work, we have seen that it is possible. Then the political economy aspects of sub-regional cooperation or regional cooperation will be easier to understand. With that, let me now come to Dr. Kuan Cheng Huang. As I said, he is a professor in the Department of Transportation and Logistics Management at National Yang Ming Chiao Tung University in Taiwan. Prior to this, he worked as a senior transport specialist at the Sustainable Development and Climate Change Department of the Asian Development Bank. And it is in that capacity he has, whenever Kuan Cheng is a person, whenever we sent him a mail, he responded immediately. Whatever time, he is always available to guide us. And he guided us with the technical aspects of connectivity. He taught us, we are his student. So his expertise or expert areas are the design and analysis of logistics system, policy and management of air transportation in particular, container port logistics. He has also served as the director at the Office of International Affairs, College of Management at this university in Taiwan. He obtained his PhD in civil engineering with transportation system from Cornell University, United States. So one area which I think is still lacking in our part of the world is transport economist, transport infrastructure economist. So Kuan Cheng filled that void in the project. And I think it is because of him, of course, there are other players, we could come out with something which, if I may say so, though I don't know whether I should say so, something which is good. So thank you very much. I understand that, Kuan Cheng, you are going to make a very short presentation, 3-4 slides, just to set the context of this meeting. So over to you, Kuan Cheng, for your presentation.
Yes, please upload the PowerPoint slide. Thank you, people. Dr. Singh and the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to give an opening remark at this regional meeting of the mConnect project. I believe the slide is played on site. Okay, good.
Yeah,
okay, yeah.
Coming.
First of all, I want to congratulate the COST International, especially the team led by Mr. Chatterjee, for the great effort in completing this timely and meaningful project, as well as the nice arrangement of this regional meeting to further expand the project's impact. When I served as the senior transport specialist at the Sustainable Development and Climate Change Department, ADB, it was one of my best working experiences to serve as the project advisory committee member of this mConnect project. I learned a lot, and I made some contribution through the document reviewed and the meeting attended. Today's regional meeting is again a great effort and a great opportunity for us to work together. I would like to share with you the following 4 particular viewpoints. Next slide, please. And the first one, RCI regional cooperation integration is the foundation of the sub-regional development. We all agreed that the BBIN is a sub-region full of potential, and in particular, BBIN countries are well positioned geographically to connect Southeast Asia, South Asia, Central and West Asia, and to move up in the global value chains. Fostering RCI as one operational priority for ADB's Strategy 2030, it is also an enabler for other operational priorities about poverty reduction, rural development, and the climate change. And I want to emphasize under a collaborative mechanism, actions must be taken jointly, and the objective is to achieve a comprehensive and balanced development. And the second point is that multimodal transport connectivity is an indispensable facilitator for trade and investment. Transport connectivity is the basis for economic activities such as trade, investment, and many other human social activities. And the infrastructure investment, institutional reforms, capacity building are all required for improving regional connectivity. In particular, it is essential to pursue seamless connection among different transportation modes. Thus, goods can be moved cheaper, faster, and more environmental friendly. The number three point is that the lessons from other sub-regional programs are useful, but the BBIN's characteristics are crucial. Okay, in the M-Connect project, our CUTS team borrowed many valuable experience from other sub-regional programs such as GMS, CARAC, SASECT. At the same time, the team spent great effort conducting numerous field visits for the entire BBIN region. These activities were certainly very time consuming and resource taking. However, the value of this grassroots approach cannot be overemphasized, as political and social challenges can be better handled by this grassroots approach. And the number four, I believe information and systematic decision-making support are helpful for successful implementation. ADB estimated that Asia has an infrastructure financing gap of 8 trillion, and the annual investment of 1.7 trillion is needed to maintain the growth momentum. However, the infrastructure shopping list is very long, and the funds will never be sufficient, especially given the overwhelming impact of COVID-19. Every dollar counts. We need a tool to identify the most impacting infrastructure gaps and to thoroughly evaluate the potential benefits and impacts of the investment. In particular, the decision-making process should follow a systematic approach with a solid evidence based on objective analysis. Okay. And next slide. In this regard, I was delighted to work at ADB's transport sector group to start the SIFT strategic investment for transport initiative. It consists of a multimodal strategic transport planning models covering multiple subregions, including CARAC, GMS, and SASECT. And in addition, a supporting database and the GIS platform were implemented for better data management and the stakeholder communication. And by this tool, that we can simulate the flow of the entire transport network. And then we use this simulation tool to evaluate the potential changes due to infrastructure investment and the political reforms. And given this capability, we conducted a pilot case study based on BBI, the previous one. Based on this capability, we conducted a pilot case study based on BBIN's infrastructure investment and the trade facilitation policy. The study area covers Bangladesh, Bhutan, Nepal, and the neighboring Indian states. The research target is the investment project of the 19 cross-border points with a road connection or a rail connection or both on the Bangladesh and the Indian border. The simulated flow and the benefit, many in terms of time saving for several cases are illustrated in this figure. I know this is small, but I want to highlight some key points over here. You may notice that a project can benefit both Bangladesh and the BBIN region. However, it is also possible a project benefit the BBIN region, but lead to some negative impact, such as undesired traffic congestion in Bangladesh. Even worse, a project costing considerable funds might cause degraded traffic condition, and this undesirable situation is the so-called Black's paradise, and we think there's a chance that we have to be careful about this for the BBIN region. Next slide. Finally, I would like to replay the ending slide I used in the presentation for the inception meeting of the mConnect project. It was more than 2 years ago. However, my belief remains the same. Okay. For successful project implementations, I believe the foundations are problem identification and pilot testing. Wonderful jobs has been done by the MNEF, has been done in this mConnect project by COTS International. We better understand our problems and the challenges, which can be physical, political, economic, social, and environmental. We also have observed various ideas proposed to different pilot tests, which are helpful for understanding the all kind of uncertainty, interest, potential conflicts, and for convincing decision makers and the stakeholders with solid evidence. The impact caused by the pandemic is unprecedented. We are happy to see the lights at the end of the tunnel. The output of the mConnect project are particularly valuable in the past COVID era, as transport connectivity is the key to a faster recovery. Thank you for participating in this timely and meaningful event, and I wish you a day as fruitful and pleasant as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kwan Cheng Wang. Excellent presentation as always, very pointed. Before I come to Dr. Sutapa Chowdhury, I just wanted to make one point. We have also calculated other than the time saving, what would be the cost saving, possible cost saving, even after paying entry fees or permit fees. The cost saving is going to be huge. I'm just going to give you one example. A 2XL cargo vehicle from Dhaka to, say, New Delhi, even after paying everything, one-time entry fees, other costs for insurance, everything, per trip, there will be saving of about $50, which is substantial, given the volume of trade, and it's going to increase. So transport operators are going to be hugely benefited as a result of, I'm talking about MVA, from this MVA. Government is also going to be benefited because government is going to, all governments, they are going to collect revenues, new source of revenue through entry fees or permit fees. So government is also going to be benefited. So that is the political economy of transport connectivity. We need to see that who are going to be benefited, how much would be the benefit, and we have to also see who are the possible losers and how we can compensate them, what kind of alternative that we can offer to them. With that, let me come to Dr. Sutapa Chowdhury. As I said, she is the British government's deputy head of the Indo-Pacific Regional Department based in New Delhi. She is an economist by background. She is currently oversees the team's portfolio of transboundary programs, which includes climate change, economic connectivity, and modern slavery. She has worked for the UK government's Department for International Development, which is now FCDO, for over 16 years. So she has a lot of experience in development cooperation work. Prior to arriving in India in August 2022, her overseas experience spans Uganda, Malawi, North Africa, and the Middle East. A large part of Sub-Saharan Africa as well as MENA region. She holds a PhD and MPhil from the University of Oxford in Social Policy and Development Studies, and BSc in Economics from the London School of Economics. So over to you, Sutapa, for your opening remarks. Yeah.
So, good morning, everyone. I'm sorry I made you all a little bit late. The traffic still surprises me despite being in Delhi now for over 6 months. So I'm sorry that we started a little bit late today. It's a great honor to be here today and to be involved in the opening remarks and the dissemination of this study and the work that you've been doing for the last 5 years with the British government. I'm going to just speak for 10 minutes because I think that's my allocated slot. And I will talk about why multimodal connectivity in the BBIN matters, both for the region, but also for the UK. I'll also highlight some of the challenges and the opportunities as we see them. But before I do that, let me just say how exciting it really is to be here to witness the research by CUTS being disseminated. I really hope that today, even if I can't stay for the whole day, Mohit will be here. I hope that it stimulates a really lively discussion. But even more importantly, I hope that collectively we can put our brains together to think about how we unlock some of those remaining challenges. Dr. Singh was talking about political economy, and I think all roads point back to a political economy. So collectively, let's think about what needs to happen, what we can do as well as a partner in this to help unlock some of those political economy challenges. So firstly, a few words on the opportunities for the BBIN region and how the UK benefits too. I think many of this is widely known, but let me just repeat it anyway. The strong economic reasons to improve connectivity and facilitate intra-regional trade are clear. You mentioned some of them. You talked about cost saving, you talked about time saving. Estimates vary, but they all say one common thing. The economies of the BBIN region all stand to gain from greater connectivity. And yet we know that right now the region is poorly connected and that we have a long way to go. I'm just going to quote a World Bank study because it really struck me when I was doing my research for this session. But it showed that in 2021, despite India and Bangladesh being the two largest economies in East and South Asia, the bilateral trade, so trade between those two countries, is only 10% of Bangladesh's trade and 1% of India's trade. By contrast, in East Africa, intra-regional trade accounts for half of all trade. So that's quite a striking statistic to me. From a UK perspective, more connectivity and intra-regional trade within the BBIN comes at a really good moment because, as you know, we're in the concluding stages of the UK-India Free Trade Agreement. We're expecting that the FTA will enhance economic growth and prosperity by increasing import and export flows, that it will increase investment flows both outside and inside India, enhance productivity through a more efficient allocation of resources, and build more resilient and diverse supply chains, all of which were, of course, tested to the max during these COVID times. And I think this audience already knows that the UK's wider priorities are outlined in the UK-India Roadmap 2030. So in addition to our shared interest in connectivity, trade and prosperity, you'll know that we also see India as having a leading role in supporting a rules-based international order, supporting ASEAN centrality in regional stability, and bolstering maritime security in the Indian Ocean. So a few words on what support the UK has already provided to connectivity in the BBIN, mostly through our collaboration with CUTS. For the past 5 years, the UK and CUTS have been partnering to deliver the ARTCP, Asia Regional Trade and Connectivity Programme, as Mr. Chatterjee has already reminded us. The primary objective has been to improve trade and connectivity by identifying barriers to trade, such as, these are the soft infrastructure that we just talked about, such as challenges of getting trucks across borders due to the lack of digital processes, due to the concerns over security, just to give a few examples. And I know that you've been making recommendations to governments on both sides of these borders. But beyond our partnership with CUTS, the UK has also been deepening cooperation on infrastructure through the UK-India Partnership on Infrastructure Financing and Policy. This will support India's ambitious plans for delivering inclusive, resilient and sustainable infrastructure under the National Infrastructure Pipeline. Also through UK government funding, CUTS has helped us to ensure that gender is now better mainstreamed in trade facilitation. I know this goes beyond the multimodal connectivity work, but this is really important to us because your work has helped us to identify some of the barriers faced by women traders at selected land ports. And we know that you've made country-specific policy recommendations to make it easier, essentially, for women to trade. This type of work is vital to achieving inclusive economic growth, and it's in line with the Trade Facilitation Agreement of the WTO. So as you can see, the opportunities are clear, but the challenges remain in the path ahead. It's really striking that despite the geographical and cultural proximities between countries like India and Bangladesh, especially in Northeast India, these are normally considered enablers of intra-regional trade, and yet the region remains deeply disconnected. We also know that border areas like the Northeast are poor in terms of infrastructure, employment opportunities, and the people and the well-being of the people living in those communities. In 2015, we all know that the motor vehicle agreement was signed, and it would have eased the movement of goods between these transport corridors like Siliguri, commonly referred to as the chicken's neck, as I've heard it referred to many times. But 8 years later, the MVA is yet to be implemented. This is the most striking thing that we're all grappling with, I think, today. Passenger and cargo protocols, like you said, are still under negotiation, meaning that the dividends from this agreement are yet to be reaped. I know that in March 2022, we saw some signs of optimism with agreements made to pilot certain routes in certain countries like Nepal, India, and Bangladesh. So optimism remains despite the challenges. A few words as I conclude on the UK's future plans in the BBIN and the Indo-Pacific more broadly. You mentioned energy connectivity, and we know that energy trading, especially clean energy trading, is a really important element of India's Act East policy, and that the main opportunities for cross-border energy trading lie in hydropower and gas pipelines, as well as pooling and interconnection of power grids. The UK government is encouraged to see the growing collaboration between Nepal and India in this respect. The real impacts will come when all of the BBIN countries participate equally in an integrated energy market. On climate as well, the UK and India remain deeply committed to achieving the goal of limiting global warming to 1.4 degrees. This is also about connectivity, because the severe flooding we saw in a place like Assam in the Northeast last year revealed to us that without addressing climate vulnerabilities, any of the investments we're talking about to infrastructure and economic connectivity will be in vain and will be undermined ultimately. So we need to have climate resilience woven into the fabric of any plans we make to bolster economic connectivity. In conclusion, I know there are others waiting to speak. The BBIN, which is a gateway to the East, is of huge significance as the UK thinks about the Indo-Pacific region. It's clear to me that the region's economic future depends on the ability and the willingness to cooperate across these national boundaries. I said at the start that today's workshop is the culmination of many years, 5 years, of research work that has been funded by the UK. And that I'm very interested to hear the thoughts of participants around this table and on the screen on how this research can feed into this wider political economy discussion and what more we need to do as a network of experts. So on behalf of the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office of the UK, I want to thank CUTS, Mr. Chatterjee and others, all the partners, Unayan Shamanai in Bangladesh, Bodhi Media and Communications Institute in Bhutan, and the Nepal Economic Forum for their active support and cooperation in implementing M-Connect. And I really look forward to continuing these partnerships. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You have mentioned a number of very important points, I would say, and certainly I'm not going to list them down one by one. But before I come to Mr. Krishna, just 2 or 3 points. One is, you have underlined the importance of the understanding of political economy. That's very important. Why we are trading with each other, why our bilateral trade or sub-regional trade, regional trade, whatever way we put it, is so low as compared to some other regions of the world. Of course, there are various factors. But we are yet to understood that there are products which we can source from Bangladesh. And similarly, there are products which we are consuming, but we are not sourcing them. There are products which Bangladeshi consumers are consuming, they are sourcing from outside the region, but not from India or Nepal or Bhutan, which they can source them from their neighboring countries. Similarly, for Nepal, for Bhutan, of course, for India, India is a large market, it's growing, all of us are growing. So that's another kind of political economy pillar. And in this context, let me also mention that few years ago, we did a very comprehensive work on cost of economic non-cooperation to consumers in South Asia. We looked at 5 countries, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, not Bhutan, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, and Sri Lanka. And it was done by my ex-colleague and also my teacher, by the way, Joseph George, who is now in a senior position at UNSCAP. He worked out the methodology and came out with numbers. I'm happy to say that after that, we did a lot of advocacy with those numbers. And we have some success, but a long way to go again. So the point that Sudhapa, you have underlined, you have to take elements out of all this work and do very focused advocacy at various levels. In India, in case of India, at the central government level as well as the state government. In case of Bangladesh, Bhutan, Nepal, at the federal government level, and also at the local. So unless people understand the benefits, and that's why the project that you supported on border huts, that's another project, India-Bangladesh border huts. Through that project, we could see that now people on the ground, common people, they have understood the value of cooperation. And that's, I think, is another reason why regional cooperation is yet to be, I won't say not successful or unsuccessful, I would say yet to be successful in this region or sub-region. So people, the people of the region, we do not understand the value of cooperation. And that's possibly one major reason. And one of the objectives of our work, whatever that we do, through your support, through other support, we try to see this very, very closely. That how we can empower people with knowledge, with information, for them to understand the value of cooperation. Once there is better understanding in our villages, small towns, other than big towns or cities, then there will be demand which should emanate from there for regional cooperation. Energy is one area which you have rightly emphasized. Clean energy, to be more precise. And there is huge scope for that. And with that, let me now come to Mr. Krishna, and why I will also say why I have said all these things before introducing. He is the one who revived our centuries-old connectivity via waterways. And we must thank him for that. As Secretary Shipping in the Government of India, he went back to the history. For centuries, that was the only connectivity. For centuries, waterway connectivity. But we have stopped doing that. Why don't we revive it? And it was through his intervention with his minister, political level, technical level, including getting funds from World Bank, ADB, all these sources. He revived the India-Bangladesh protocol, waterway protocol. And that's the reason why today we see all these things, including this cruise travel, everything. So he started from his office when he was secretary in the Ministry of Port Shipping, Waterways, and for 4 years he was secretary there. Before that, he was Additional Chief Secretary, Government of West Bengal. And in 2020, he retired after 37 years of distinguished service to the nation. Of course, he's a 1983 batch Indian Administrative Officer of West Bengal cadre. And one thing I would say publicly, that whenever we approach him, whatever time of the day, night, if I call him, he is there. And he is always positive with his guidance, advice, telling us that, look, you do this thing in this manner, you do that thing in that manner. So that way, I think our advisors, not just him, not just in this project, in various other activities, we are very lucky to have such advisors with us. So with this, sir, for your keynote address. After that, we are going to release this study.
Dr. Didar Singh, Professor Wong, Sutapa, Bipul, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm told that, people have joined through online from Bangladesh, Nepal, and Bhutan. আমাদের যে বন্ধুগণ জয়েন করেছেন বাংলাদেশ থেকে, আপনাদেরকে আমি জানাই আমার নমস্কার। हमारे जो साथी नेपाल और भूटान से आज ऑनलाइन ज्वाइन करे हैं, उनको प्रणाम और नमस्ते। Bipul, I must start, and at the very outset, let me thank you for extremely kind words. We have been working for the last 1 year in another project. And the conclusion of this study, I must say, is coming at a very opportune moment. Because a larger infrastructure project, the World Bank supported project, which people just mentioned, extremely, forward-looking, extremely visionary project, which actually started this whole debate about multimodal connectivity in our country, which visions to link the entire eastern part of the country, reaching up to northern parts, up to Benares, with the remotest corners of Northeast. The GMBP project is also actually coming to an end sometime in December 23. And this is the right time that all agencies which are working on this area, and I will, while Sutapa did allude to some of the, statistics, and let me just again, it won't be worthless to re-mention some of them, We are not well connected, there's no doubt about it. The 4 countries, our total trade is about $1,000 billion US. Amongst us, we just trade 50-60 US billion dollars, 5%, 6%. In some years, it is 5-6%, so low. And Sutapa mentioned sub-Saharan, what to talk of East Africa? Sub-Saharan Africa actually trades more than us. Europe, East Asia, I mean, they are far ahead. And why is it happening? Why is it so? Our costs are very high. And again, the same World Bank study, or maybe a different international study, did mention we are costlier to trade between India and Bangladesh than to trade between India and Europe and Bangladesh and Europe. And somewhere the reasons lie in the whole structure of our transport systems. I'm sure the learned audience here would know that volume-wise, about 50 million tons of goods get traded between the 4 countries. 75% of that trade is through road transport, trucks, essentially trucks. Only 25% is through the inland waterway route. Railways is practically not having any share at all, 1%, very, very low. And which is the costliest mode of transport? Road is the costliest mode of transport. And over and above that costliest mode of transport, we have problems in transloading, transshipment, and that's why MBA was supposed to, be inked. It's been 4 years. And political economy, as everyone is mentioning, right from Professor or Dr. Didar Singh to Bipul, it's so important. And let me just tell you anecdotally, Just about 2 months back, I happened to visit West Bengal. West Bengal is my home state. So West Bengal, and I also thought, let me just go over to Sikkim for some holidays this December itself. So I chalked out a program, full 1 week program of stay in that region, entire region. And I'd asked the taxiwala that, why don't you give me a taxi for the entire 7 days? So it's fine. He says, okay, I'll pick you up from Siliguri, Bagdogra. And then I found in the program that while he's giving me a taxi for my entire stay in West Bengal, then I had to go to Sikkim. There it was mentioned that I have to change taxis. And similarly, for coming back, I had to change taxis. For that moment, I thought maybe it is it's a issue in providing taxis. Maybe his taxi is not there, or some logistical problem he's having in giving me a taxi. It was end of January. But to my utter surprise, when I landed in Sikkim, and then I asked the driver that, what's the reason that you're going back? He says, sir, we are not allowed. We can only leave tourists in Sikkim. We have to go back. When you use taxis in Sikkim, you have to use a Sikkim taxi only. See, why I'm saying this to this audience and to others, we have to be very conscious of the sensitivities of the political systems. It's a small state. Within our country, we have such sensitivities that, free movement is there, but there are restrictions. And what to talk of, rightly so. Bhutan, if Bhutan is part of that agreement, maybe Indian trucks will just, overpower the whole system, commercial system, transport systems there. So there are sensitivities, and countries will have to, carve out special dispensations, which at times, a big country like India has to be extremely accommodative. I don't know whether we have been that accommodative or not. When I'll come to my own sector where I have worked for 4 years, now 5-6 years, the inland waterway system. Clearly, we have been extremely, I would say, accommodating to Bangladesh. And that's the reason that some trade now is happening. 25% is a very high number, if you see, because within India, our inland share of transport is only 2%. But within Bangladesh, 35-40% of their internal trade does happen through the inland water route. So 25% is not a bad number. But also, we realize that we are working in states which are very close to a very old, people mentioned. The Ganga, Meghna, Brahmaputra system is one of the largest river basin systems in the world, most important basin systems in the world. It's been serving people since ages. People living on banks, people living in the delta areas are used to traveling through inland waterways. It's not just roads, but they're used to. But again, the political economy, because of political reasons, that everything got disrupted, in and around the independence period, everything got disrupted. We have to rebuild it again, And there are huge challenges to that rebuilding, in spite of the fact that a lot of money is getting pumped in. And in fact, Mohit, we were discussing, and he was mentioning what could be the challenges, Now, while it's very easy to say that we are not that well connected, it's also a huge challenge. Starting from Banaras, if you go right down up to Dibrugarh, it's a distance of about more than 2,500 kilometers. To create a fairway, it's like we call a road on on the surface, but you have to create a fairway in a river, To create a fairway with a particular LED, least draft, where vessels can move. 2,500 kilometers, it's a huge task. And in fact, in this project, we decided to take up that huge task, And after 5 years, we are realizing that what a difficult task it was. We did take up, some dredging work in between, but not the whole stretch. And it is not giving us the most, results that were expected. And time has come that we reschedule, redesign, rethink our strategies to see that how the investments already made and investments that we are about to make, huge investments again, Government of India is talking to World Bank for further funding for the various projects, How do we redesign everything that we get our benefits out of each penny that we invest, Because for a poor country, even though they are loan, we have to repay the loans, and then we just can't, So sustainability is a huge question here, And but again, past does teach us about sustainability. And if you go to, all of you would have gone to Bangladesh, I'm sure. I also went twice, thrice when I went. I found that here we are trying to design big ships, green ships. Ships, we say, our trade says that ships cannot be more than, they have to be more than, carrying 2,500 metric tons. In Bangladesh, I found bulkheads, small ships carrying 50 tons of cargo. Hundreds of them, hundreds of them. In fact, they go right inside the, water. In fact, the cargo is inside the water, and at times you'll see, oh my God, it's just going to sink. No, I mean, a large part of their commodities on Gomti River, on Meghna River, is getting transported through, bulkheads, 50 metric ton, 100 metric ton. So we have to propagate such systems. We cannot always be bound by extremely high standards. And in fact, seeing that, and people who are joining me from Bhutan, that the best route that we can have is from Dhubri. Phunchhiling to Dhubri is a very easy road connectivity, link. And then from Dhubri, it connects Bhutan to, to wherever of the world, through the various ports and river systems. And in that stretch, very consciously, we said that we will not follow standards of, shipping, of manning. We will allow these bulkheads, to carry riverbed material. Similarly, in the Gomti River, we have been trying that we will allow smaller ships. So why I'm saying so is that when we talk to countries, we have to be very conscious. We should not impose standards. We should not impose, things that may not be applicable for the entire region. We have to be very conscious of those facts. So Bangladesh's fleet is very large. In fact, India doesn't have a fleet. All our trade, 90% of our trade happens through the fleet from Bangladesh. And we always say, oh, that fleet is very old. It is not well manned. It is not, doesn't follow the standards of environment. Maybe that's true. We'll have to give time to them. While we should take projects, hard infrastructure projects, moving part projects to upgrade their, rolling stock. At the same time, when we mutually decide on interconnectivity, multimodal connectivity, we should be very conscious of these facts that at times we'll have to work with what we call in mathematics as lowest common denominator. We can't work at the highest common, we have to work at the lowest common. And here again, political economy is very important. And I'm extremely thankful to Cuts, to the Foreign Commonwealth Development Office of UK for having funded a study, supported a study, which actually talks about this political, these simple things and these simple facts about sensitivities, about political, what people think about organizations built, how does it affect the commercial organizations working in those countries, in Bhutan, Nepal. If we are able to address all these issues very purposely, very strongly, then I'm sure that will have a very clear impact on the infrastructure we create. Otherwise, the infrastructure we'll create will not get fully utilized. We'll not be then utilizing it to the full extent, and that's again not in anyone's benefit. So with these words, I compliment the UK government for having supported this. There are other projects which are undertaking very different kind of things. The World Bank, ADB are funding in a very, very big way infrastructure gaps, new ways of linking. This is not the opportune time. Maybe technical sessions would be there. The new Jangipur, connection that we are thinking in the inland waterway connectivity mode would be discussed. US aid through their cross-border infrastructure connectivity project, just started about a year back, is looking at similar things. So there are a large number of organizations which are doing a similar work. This work focuses on political economy, which I don't think so other organizations thought about that much. But during my own tenure, I found that the most difficult part, it's very easy to build something on brick and mortar, but it's so difficult to address sensitivities of countries, of communities, of while we are close, we are also at times driven wide apart because of historical factors. Geography does bring us together, But politics and history does take us far apart. There is need to bring us together. Such projects do create that cohesiveness, that togetherness, which is very much essential, even in such big infrastructure projects. So with these words, let me again thank Kurtz for Bipul for having invited me. And I'm sure that these work will continue, because the infrastructure work for creating filling gaps and for creating new infrastructure, for saying that our share of trade in this country rises, will continue, and so does our addressing the political economy will never cease. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. And with that, let me also welcome Ambassador Pinak Ranjan Chakravarti, our former ambassador to Bangladesh. I'm very pleased, sir, with your presence. I'm sure that over the days, we're going to get a lot of insights from you. So since we are running a bit late, what I'm going to propose now, let's release the study. And we're not going to screen the video documentary now. After releasing the study, we're going to take a break, maybe just for 10 minutes. You can also, I think it's allowed that regulatory barrier is there to bring our tea, coffee inside. I don't know. Like the
there it is not allowed.
Like the regulatory barrier that you talked about, that in Sikkim. Yeah. So that's very important point, sir. You can look at it from purely anti-competitive practice or anti-competition practice. At the same time, we have to also understand the local sensitivity. The economy is very small. So they are very much dependent. Their livelihood is very much dependent on Mr. Krishna, Ambassador Chakravarti, Sutapa, Mohit, why don't you also come, release the study, and then break for tea and come back in about 10 minutes. Thank you. Sir, could you? Thank you.
Good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this session on recent initiatives on BBIN connectivity. We are in the midst of intense discussion on the subject, and I thought it would be good to reiterate some of the main elements that were thrashed out in the morning session. Mr. Didar Singh emphasized that political economy is all about politics and policy making. So unless the economic reality is backed by the political structure, no vision can see the light of day. The granular details that we have tried to capture in the course of study could well feed into the input process that will pave the way to robust policy making. I think that is the basic thrust of this endeavor. Mr. Bipul Chatterjee drew attention to the vested interests in any domain, which invariably ushers in a tussle between the pro-changers and the no-changers. Thus, the process of implementing change is fraught with contestations on several fronts. Professor Huang drew attention to the importance of seamless transportation in the strengthening of connectivity initiatives across South Asia. It is crucial to identify the infrastructural gaps that hinder such moves. He highlighted the importance of a pilot study for cross-border infrastructure investments and trade felicitation policies. Dr. Shutapa Choudhury stressed the need to study and unlock some of the political economy challenges that impede the strengthening of connectivity in the South Asian region. She, and I'm sure several others, find it inexplicable that India's trade with Bangladesh is only 1% of her foreign trade, while in case of India, it is also a meager 10% of Bangladesh's trade with India, despite the fact that these two countries are among the most important trading partners in the South Asian intra-regional trade. She stressed the need for inclusive economic growth and for addressing gender equality in trade. Infrastructural investments will be in vain if climate change is not kept in focus. That was yet another important point that was made in the morning. And finally, Mr. Gopal Krishna defined the problem succinctly. We in South Asia, involving the BBIN countries, are simply not well connected. The problem lies in the whole structure of our transport system. It is important to keep in mind the sensitivities of particular countries. He referred to the need to rebuild transport systems and waterways that were in vogue through history, like the Ganga, Meghna, Brahmaputra waterways. It is indeed time to rethink and redesign investment strategies. The session concluded with an emphasis on local sensitivities and addressing concerns pertaining to the livelihood of people. We realize, ladies and gentlemen, more than ever before, that just as trade matters in development, connectivity matters in trade. But neither trade nor connectivity will matter if people's lives do not take a turn for the better. For ultimately, and I think that is the most important point in any endeavor like this, it is people who matter. Connectivity initiatives like the BBIN MVA are premised on the desire to boost trade in the South Asian region, given that the intra-regional trade here is amongst the lowest in the world. But all changes recommended at the infrastructural and procedural levels to boost trade will throw up winners as well as losers. And therefore, as Bipul reminded us in the morning, the real challenge lies in propping up opportunities for the winners to consolidate their gains, while at the same time addressing the concerns of possible losers and extending to them viable alternatives and support systems. Countries in the South Asian region, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, and Nepal, share not only a common and a rich heritage, but also several complementarities and socioeconomic endowments that can cater to the common benefit of the people of this region. Although countries in this region have significant exports and imports with countries outside the BBIN region, they do not find it sufficiently profitable to carry on trade among them. Under the circumstances, it is felt that robust regional integration and connectivity among the BBIN countries can alone bail out the region from the stupor into which it has sunk and set it on the path of flourishing trade. We are glad to have an extremely erudite panel, and without further encroachment on the limited time that has been allotted to us, it will be my pleasure to invite the speakers to make their presentations. We have 3 speakers who will be with us, will be joining us online, and it is to them that I will first turn before I come to Mr. Sanjeev Gupta for the presentation before you. May I begin with Ms. Nilima Akhtar, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Road Transport and Bridges, Bangladesh. Over to you, ma'am, if you are able to join and make your deliberation. Yes, yes. Yes, you're audible and visible. So please carry on.
Will you listen me? Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible and visible.
Okay, thank you
Please
very
carry
much.
on.
Thank you very much, Honorable Moderator, the organizers of CARS International, the learned panelists from Nepal, Bhutan, and India. Assalamu alaikum, Shubho Shakal, Asha kori shobai bhalo achen. In recent days, for the development, economic integration process has been prioritized. At the same time, an effort is being made through regional integration among countries of a particular region for the capacity development. In this regard, BBIN is an important forum for regional connectivity. Here, transport connectivity, power and energy transportation, and relevant infrastructure development are the main issues of discussion, of course, as integration process is the top factor in this regard for among the countries, that is BBIN. It can be mentioned that in this region, a number of bilateral connectivity projects is being implemented by India. India is providing financial support, loans to the neighboring countries to establish the road network and to establish the rail connectivity network as it was in 1965. India is constructing rail line in Nepal to connect Indian rail, also constructing petroleum pipeline. A road network is already there between India and Bhutan. The main objective is to increase the connectivity to promote the trade expansion and to increase the people-to-people connectivity. This regional transport network will connect the Asian highway and railway network, and it will result a strong transport corridor for this region. Nowadays, the volume of business, especially export and import, are increasing day by day. A congenial business environment has been ensured for the business people. Bangladesh firmly believes a friendly relation with BBIN Subregion as well as the rest of the world. To expedite the sustainable economic growth and maintaining growth trajectory, the country is practicing economic diplomacy and eager to translate the friendship into the economic development. We have a multimodal transport policy, which was taken in 2013 with a view to a balanced growth, multimodal integration, and 12 specific objectives. The policy has 3 strategies. Number 1, integration within and between different modes of transport, integration with transport, and number 3, integration with land use planning. Presently, a working group led by Road Transport and Highways Division under the National Trade and Transport Facilitation Committee by Ministry of Commerce has taken initiative for updating the policy in line with the midterm and long-term policy. I am the convener of this committee. So, inform. Thank you. Bangladesh envisioned to be a developed country by 2021 and upper middle income country by 2030. To achieve the vision, we need more investment, more employment, and a boom production sector. On the other side, other BBIN countries like India, Nepal, Bhutan have their own vision. So countries can explore the potentials that play catalytic role in development of their own and the development of BBIN sub-region. To achieve this goal, we need to increase and enhance the connectivity within this region. Bangladesh is very much interested to increase business share among the BBIN countries. All of you know, after LDC graduation 2026, the cost of loan will increase. And for maintaining the present growth trend with other policy intervention, we need to reduce transport costs. Multimodal connectivity can open the scope for reducing the transport cost. Presently, 88% passenger and 82% freight is flying by roads. We need to shift this share to railways and waterways. Our visionary leader, Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, is very much interested for using the maximum capacity of our potentials. She wants to see Bangladesh as a transport hub for this region. With her direction, road connectivity has been developed for the major ports. We have Chattogram, Mongla, and Paira Port, and also Matabel Deep Sea Port. Container handling capacity is increasing and lead time is reducing in ports. With Komlapur and Pangaon ICD, some other private ICD is already in operation. Very soon, Cox's Bazar is going to connect in railway network. The border areas, we have land ports and land customs stations. Some of them have railway connectivity and most of them under road network. Moreover, Ashuganj and Akaura corridor has waterway to railway and road connectivity. We are planning to make a high capacity road network connecting to land ports and LC, land customs stations in this meantime. Jeshwar Banapol section is improving as 4-lane. Shavla Sutarganti is taken under a World Bank project. Sylhet Tamabel corridor is taken under SASEC initiatives. As I told before, the National Trade Facilitation Committee framework, the Connectivity Working Group is planning for integration among the road, rail, and air network with this business hub. In this connection, I can say, other than Dhaka, Chattogram, Sylhet, and Cox's Bazar, Saidpur Airport has ample scope to explore the trade opportunity. Besides this, private sector linkage among BBI needs to be facilitated. We have to increase the capacity of Narayanganj River Port, and this port should be turned into a multimodal hub. Our economic zones, export processing zones are well connected with roads. Same here in the tourist places like Cox's Bazar, Sylhet, and others. Similar effort has taken made for the multimodal connectivity. These efforts will have significant development for freight management among the BBIN countries. In BBIN framework, in every meeting, Bhutan attended as observer. We can't say they leave us. May they join with more potentials. Recently in a meeting, there are some studies, including customs related issues, insurance, fees, and charges has been presented before the stakeholders. In Delhi meeting on March 2022, 2 working groups were formed. Nepal had some observations regarding revenue sharing. I believe we'll find out a win-win situation regarding revenue sharing. The research work Unnayan Samanway in association with CATS International, India, Nepal, Economic Forum, Bhutan, Media and Communication Forum really revealed the true scenario of the connectivity. Those are the challenges like capacity utilization, container handling capacity, paperless trade, infrastructure, dominance of manual labor, ICD and ICT are the major issues needs to be addressed. For better integration, proactive action is needed from Nepal and Bhutan, and the areas of challenges need to take account in a broader perspective. Development is manifold and holistic concept. We have to quest common sustained path on the way to development. For carrying the common goal of development, we need to share our potentials. Not only the potentials, we need to also consider the updated information. Bangladesh is agreed to use the possibilities of in BBIN subregions with careful considerations. As a signatory of the BBIN agreement, Bangladesh is very much in line with its commitment. For the successful implementation of the agreement, multimodal policy is one of the best strategies. Finally, we are looking for a congenial and trustworthy relationship among the countries so that we can really achieve our common goals align with the hope and aspirations of the common people of the sub-region. Thanks once again for arranging the such timely event and for inviting me as a panelist, of course, not as expert. Thank you very much. Joy Bangla.
Thank you, ma'am. Onek namaskar janben. If I may just sum up what Ma'am Nilima Akhtar has tried to put across to all of us. She says the need for capacity building of stakeholders involved in the process of trade and initiatives for integration. She referred to several connectivity initiatives taking place in Bangladesh, ranging from regional transport and railway networks in particular. The volume of business is on the rise, and Bangladesh is keen to strengthen her ties with trading partners in the world and in the region through economic diplomacy as well as trade facilitation measures. More investment is, however, required. Multimodal connectivity is an important consideration of the government of Bangladesh, and the present political dispensation aspires to make Bangladesh an important transport hub in the region. Ports like Mongla are being refurbished to enhance trade connectivity in the region, and corridors like Akhora Ashuganj are being beefed up. All these have to be complemented by private sector linkages, which must be explored and utilized to their fullest potential. This will definitely precipitate a win-win situation for all stakeholders concerned, while at the same time creating more and more livelihood opportunities for people. Development, of course, has to be conceived in a wholesome way, and all this will bear fruit only if there is a congenial and trustworthy environment in the relations that countries in the region harbor vis-a-vis each other. Thank you, ma'am. With that, may I invite the next speaker, Ms. Pushpa Chetri, Director, Bodhi Media and Communications Institute, Bhutan. Over to you, ma'am.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you.
We can hear you and we can see you, and we are all ears.
Thank you. Kusuzangpula. Good afternoon. Namaste. Namaskar. I'm really privileged to be a part of this esteemed panel this afternoon. Thank you very much, CUTS International, for making it possible. I would run through some of the initiatives that have taken place recently in Bhutan. Actually, at this point in time, in Bhutan, we're all poised to harness the opportunities of multimodal connectivity. It might sound very, very surprising, but it's an exciting time for us. Transformation is our new mantra. Air connectivity is established with all 3 countries in the sub-region. There are 3 domestic airports and 1 international airport. ADB-funded air transport connectivity enhancement project was implemented to improve safety, security, and capacity of airports at Bhutan, Galifo, and Yonfola. There are plans to upgrade Galifo Airport to an international airport. The airports in Bhutan and Yonfola are also getting upgraded and extended. Bhutan will soon have its first railroad connecting to India's once 57-kilometer railway connecting Galifo with Kokrajhar is completed by 2026. There are other plans of linking Phinceling to Hashimara, but there's been no progress. We are hoping this will come through as well in future. In terms of road transport, building on its assistance in the road sector since 1993, ADB is currently implementing a master plan for national highways, connectivity TA aligning to ADB's strategy of 2030. The main objective is to improve planning and programming of road transport sector by enhancing Department of Roads planning capacity, reviewing road connectivity and maintenance plan. By the end of 2024, Bhutan will have its biggest dry port. The mega dry port MDP will be in Pasaka, which is strategically located near the Pasaka Industrial Estate and Bhutan-India border at Ale Land Custom Station. There are other constructions of dry ports in Finsling, Samchi, Gelfu, and Samzonka as well. So the other recent initiatives regarding road project has been Desung National Service Project, which has been designed to build capabilities of the Desups in all aspects of road construction so that they can become skilled workers, competent supervisors, effective managers, and capable contractors in the future. The recently inaugurated Kurizam-Gyalpojing Highway was built under the Desung National Service. Gelfu will also have an access to the nearest riverine port within 100 kilometers distance once Jogigopa Riverine Port in Assam is developed into an important multimodal port in Northeast India. MOU and SOP on use of inland waterways for transportation of bilateral trade and transit cargoes between Bhutan and Bangladesh were already signed in 2019. So there's a land in Gelfu which has been demarcated to establish multimodal transport hub. India and Bhutan has additional entry and exit points for trade as part of measures to increase trade connectivity between two countries. The additional entry-exit points also include Asian Highway 48 connecting Torsha Tea Garden in India and Ale in Bhutan as an additional route corresponding to the land customs station. In addition to Narayanganj in Dhaka, there are additional designated Bangladeshi ports of call for use by Bhutan. The new ports of call will be revised to include Aricha, Chilmari, Siralganj, Mongla, Chittagong, and Paira ports. So we believe that the transport plays a key role in enabling continued economic and social development in the region. The livelihood of certain stakeholders like truckers, laborers, and support service providers in border towns are directly dependent on the volume of trade. Farmers will have improved market access, there'll be improved export promotion, freight costs are supposed to go down, and the ADB supported air transport project will support the government's plan to develop a safe, reliable, and efficient air transport system connecting urban and rural centers to help overcome the limitations of road transport, improve accessibility, and promote tourism and high-value agriculture in less developed regions of the country. The increase in air frequency will benefit traders, tourism, and hospitality sectors, among others. Port development at Jogigopa would bring immense benefits to Gelfu and to the country. It would be the nearest riverine port to the country. Boulder exporters currently use Dhupri Port, but there are issues of congestion and lack of stocking space at the port. Jogigopa would have ample space for all consignments. Inland waterways are considered cheaper, environmental friendly, and hassle-free. The same waterways could be used for import, which otherwise uses land transport and increases the cost of goods. Access to additional ports of call in Bangladesh will provide the flexibility to have numerous places, especially along the Brahmaputra basin, before reaching the Bay of Bengal to unload boulder exports and make many trips. It is expected to provide alternatives export-import transit routes and modes of transportation for the private sector. A master plan for national highways will improve national and regional connectivity, build upon urban and rural accessibility, and enhance existing corridors with climate-resilient features. Department of Roads capacity on transport planning and asset management with gender-sensitive lens will be enhanced. Systematic maintenance plan for recurrent, periodic, and emergency maintenance of roads will be developed. The railway links would provide much needed alternate connectivity for Bhutan to ensure backups, efficiency, consistency, and predictability for the imports and exports of commodities. It is more efficient, faster, relatively cheaper, and can transport more freight than on a road, especially for traveling long distance and carrying higher loads. Dry port facility in Galifo is expected to facilitate cross-border trade through improved cargo handling services and bring economic benefits for the central, eastern, and southern Zongoks. The project is being implemented with the financial support from Government of India. The duration of project for World Work Package 1 is for 24 months, which is expected to complete by 2024. So all these initiatives and in the transport corridors are supposed to ensure improved cross-border connectivity between and among BBIN countries. Transport is an enabler that plays a major role in inclusive and sustainable development. Transport systems across the region need large investment in order to meet the increasing demand for travel and movement of goods. The transport sector has to decarbonize over time. With increase in electric vehicles, including public transport, need for improving coordination and cooperation among different ministries and departments and between governments. There should be timely implementation of projects to develop infrastructure like rail, road, and port. There should be initiatives for the private sector to invest in dry ports and other logistics along the corridor. Ease of doing business has to be enhanced. To facilitate women participation, freight services should be modernized, and safety and security should be ensured. Reduce urban vehicle numbers by promoting green public transport. Enhance road infrastructure facilities at the land custom stations to build skills, internet connectivity, and use of technology for improvement in the quality of people's lives along the regional corridor. Some of the recommendations specific to Bhutan include investment on road infrastructure, decongestion of bordering towns, digitalization, need for storage facilities in all the Zongoks, cross-border coordination, exploring multimodal and green transport, and raising awareness among different stakeholders. I believe an institutional framework for developing corridor infrastructure projects among government ministries and to ensure optimum deployment of available resources and harmonization in the project commissioning is important. I believe it's important for the governments to demonstrate commitment to undertake economic corridor development. People should be encouraged to use the corridor's existing facilities and attract new investments in transport, infrastructure, manufacturing, and processing. We look forward to continued friendship and cooperation in our endeavor to achieve better lives and livelihoods for peoples in our region. We'd like to thank GUTS International, partners, UK government, and Bhutanese government officials, and other stakeholders providing us the opportunity and guidance in undertaking this project amidst the pandemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Before I sum up all that you have laid before the House, could I just request you to explore on one particular issue, I think, which we are all interested to know about, and that is Bhutan has been always extremely sensitive to our environmental concerns. How do you see the compatibility of this with the expansion of transport and connectivity that you have been flagging for the purpose of buttressing trade in the region? Would you like me to repeat, or have you got the question? Sorry, we cannot hear you.
Okay.
We still can't hear you.
Hear now? Can you hear?
Yes, yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Okay, so your question on how we are going to balance the need for economic growth with our environmental concerns. I believe it's very important to be very sensitive, and we have our policies aligned towards environmental conservation. We make sure for any undertaking in the country for any economic activities, we make sure that the policies aligned with our concerns of environmental conservation. So we look at the pollution level, for example, the emission, the road standards. For example, we have high volume, low volume, high. Oh, sorry. For example, we have tourism policy, which does not allow people, masses to come into Bhutan, but at the same time, we make sure that they can come through the, hello?
Yes. Please go ahead. Is it better? In the meantime, if I may just reiterate what Ma'am Chetri had to offer. She said several initiatives have been taking place in the directions of strengthening multimodal connectivity in Bhutan. Transformation is the new mantra, with air connectivity taking off in a major way. Gelepchu and Kokrajhar is being connected through railways. ADB is presently beefing up the road transport system through careful plans for review and maintenance of the existing roadways. Dry ports are being constructed. Gelepchu will also have access to Jogigopa Riverine Port in Assam. Land in Gelepchu has been earmarked for a particular multimodal hub construction. Livelihood of several segments stand to be addressed through improvement in trade initiatives that are taking place in Bhutan at the moment. There is importance of considering increasing usage of waterways because of Bhutan's keenness to keep environmental concerns in place. Transport is an enabler for sustainable development and has to decarbonize over time. I think that also accentuates the commitment that Bhutan has always displayed towards environmental concerns. And I think in the morning also, we heard Dr. Chaudhary flagging the importance of climate change to be kept in a larger focus, even as we contemplate connectivity initiatives and transportation systems. Facilitation of women participation is also an important area of concern, alongside raising awareness among various sections of stakeholders. Governments must commit themselves to development of economic corridors. And in all this and much more, Bhutan tries to strengthen her friendship and cordiality with countries in the region as she tries to augment intra-regional trade. Thank you so much, ma'am. If you would like to say anything else.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. You know, what I was driving at that time is, for example, if we were to take an example of tourism, we have high value, low volume tourism policy. And this is to target towards responsible travelers and ensure high revenue and yield per visitor while providing high quality infrastructure. So in terms of priorities, we have developmental plans based on non-materialistic, including like environmental conservation, cultural resilience, and overall well-being. Does that answer?
Yes, thank you so much. And I'm sure this is an issue which will keep surfacing in the entire discourse.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you so much. May I now request Mr. Ravi Shankar Shainju, Senior Fellow, Institute of Integrated Development Studies, and former Joint Secretary, Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Supplies, Government of Nepal, to please join in and make your observations, sir. Thank you, and over to you.
Thank you very much. It's actually a great honor for me to attend this very important and timely meeting conducted by COTS. So I would like to thank organizer COTS for providing me opportunity to attend these meetings. Good afternoon and namaste to all the distinguished panelists and participants. Definitely, the transport connectivity and economic growth happens simultaneously, and efficient transport connectivity is key to the sustainable development and can enhance the economic growth. However, the transport connectivity has not yet kept pace with the growing demand in pursuit of the higher economic growth. Infrastructure gaps are observed at each stage and sub-stage of the transport network. Nepal has been providing priority for the development of the regional trade routes for promoting the regional trade in this area. So definitely, I mean, I would like to highlight some of the projects that is initiating by the government of Nepal for the development of connectivity in this area. If you go, I mean, I just want to highlight some of the, road projects. One of the very important prioritized road project is the fast track from Nijgarh to Kathmandu. It's still in the construction. Substantially upgradation of state highway. It was previously a 2-lane highway. Now government is initiating with funding from the different donors agencies as a 4-lane highway. So that project is also going on, and hope to finish it within coming 5 years. The upgradation of roadways from Indian border to up to the east-west highway is also going on. Besides, several northeast highways also upgradation is going on. That is the major things that will definitely contribute in the regional connectivity, even the BBIN connection later on. I just want to say something about the railways that is going on. There is one railway line currently operation in the country, the Raxol-Sirsia, that is connected with the inland container depot in the Sirsia, Birgan, that is primarily used for freight transport. 2 additional railway line from Jainagar to additional railway line. One is Jainagar to Janakpur. It is a 28-kilometer long. That has been already constructed, and passenger movement is going on in that railway. Besides, there is another one, is Jogbeni to Biratnagar railway. That is also being, it is still in construction. That is, both of these railway has been constructed on the cooperation with the government of India. And Jogbeni to Biratnagar side, half of this has been already constructed up to the ICP India, ICP Biratnagar. So now, Nepal is also processing to use cargo trail up to the ICP of Biratnagar using this train line. Government of Nepal and India have also signed a MOU for conducting the preliminary engineering traffic survey to extend the railway link up to the Kathmandu. It will be connected to the ICP Chobar in Kathmandu. And besides, the government of Nepal and People's Republic of China are also envisioning developing a railway line from north connected Tibet to the Kathmandu. Currently, China is extending its railway line up to the Kerung, from Sigatse to Kerung. That will also facilitate trade in the northern side. Nepal also plan to connect the eastern side bordering West Bengal to its western side bordering to Uttarakhand to the east-west corridor, also known as Mechi Mahakali Railway. The east-west electric railway project, which is going to be on 1,056 kilometers, that passes through the major cities along with the east-west corridor. That is a national priority project identified by the government of Nepal. This railway project expected not only to expedite the movement of the goods, but also replace the fuel-based transportations. Besides, there are several dry port and ports also constructed in Nepal. There are altogether 8 ICD and ICP already operational in Nepal. Among them, 2 ICP and 4 ICD in the border of India, and one ICD in the border of China, and one in the Kathmandu, and 1 ICP in 2 ICP border to India, and 1 ICD in the border to China is still under construction. Regarding the inland waterways, definitely, several studies going on to operate the major Nepalese rivers, especially Kosi, Gandaki, and Karnali rivers. Nepal is studying to use it as a further inland waterways. And besides, during the negotiation of the consolidation of the yellowish of transit treaty between India and Nepal, both countries have already agreed to include provision to use these Indian waterways for Nepal also. Once this agreement is signed, both countries in Nepal can possibly use this inland waterways of India, especially in Sahibganj, Kalughat, and transport Kalughat, and this one other 3, especially 3 inland port Nepal can use for the import and export. So that is the major initiation going on. And besides, actually, there are, as per a transit treaty of Nepal, altogether 15 border point could be used by Nepal for the third country cargo. And as per trade treaty between India and Nepal, almost 27 point has already been allowed to use for a bilateral trade between India and Nepal. Besides, two gateway port, especially Visakhapatnam and Calcutta, Nepal is using as a gateway port to import goods from the third country. And Nepal is also requesting government of India to provide Nepal access to the Dhamra port and Mundra port also. And that negotiation is going on. I think, it will be concluded very soon. And if you, with regards to Bangladesh, altogether 2 ports already Bangladesh has provided to use for Nepal, and 4 transit points also is there. But Nepal could not use, this 2 port of Bangladesh due to a lot of other issues to operate it. Besides, Nepal is especially using only the Bangladesh Straits only for the trade with the Bangladesh. So these are the major scenarios that we have. Definitely, if BBIN could enhance this all this seamless movement in this whole corridor. So what I am thinking that if we could use Nepal, BBIN could, go ahead, then major things will be definitely it will drastically cut the transit cost. Trade cost between different countries. One of the studies UNSCAP has conducted has shown that the trade cost between Bangladesh and Nepal is almost 270%. Whereas with the Bhutan, it is 191%, and with India, it's only 95.4%. If you see that study, it is cheaper to trade with the USA than to the Bangladesh. That is the scenario that we have. The another studies also conducted by UNSCAP has shown that the Nepal could use only the 25% of its export potentiality in the South Asian countries. 76% is still unused. So definitely this connectivity is very important for enhance the inter-regional trade between Nepal and Southeast Asian countries, especially Bangladesh, India, and Bhutan. So what will be the benefit from all these things, regional connectivity? So I'm just highlight some of them. Are definitely it will seamless connectivity will be enhanced. Cargo movement, country trade movement will be enhanced in that part. And it will definitely reduce the congestion and transaction cost also at the border, and bring transparency and uniformity in the cross-border practices. Develop economic corridor, which allow the landlocked trading centers in Nepal to gain access to the port in India and Bangladesh. Definitely, it will also enhance the cultural contact, facilitate to improve the people-to-people contact, encourage tourism, business-led travels, and boost to the trade in various services. Another important part is it will also develop the trade-related services, increase the economic and trade integration in the region, and generate demand for supporting services. So other thing is definitely what we are thinking, this BBIN initiative will be the first step toward the border integration process. It can serve as a gateway for connecting the Southeast and East Asia also. So that is the thing. Definitely, I have already highlighted. It will increase and decrease the substantially the trading cost. So that will enhance the competitiveness of Nepal in the international trade. Regarding the various transport corridor in Nepal, it's economic corridor, and that will enhance by this connectivity. Now, what I'm saying that definitely, it will enhance, especially there are few corridor, industrial corridor, Nepal is trying to develop. That is Mechi corridor, Kochi corridor, Bagmati corridor, Gandaki corridor, Seti corridor, and Mahakali corridor. These are some of the major economic corridor Nepal is trying to boost up. That will definitely, enhance this regional connectivity. Will enhance this corridor due to the better trading with the Southeast Asian countries, and even with the enhancing the supply chain management system. So here I just like to highlight another one part is Nepal has just Nepal government of Nepal has just endorsed the logistic policy. The major objective of logistic policy is to enhance the trade infrastructure in the country, enhance the supply chain management and internal distribution system, and integrate the different logistic regulations in one window. That is the major objective of this policy. So under this policy, government of Nepal is also formulating trade infrastructure master plan, and they are also organizing, studying a trade mapping, logistic mapping also. So it will integrate the whole, logistic system for the Nepal for enhancing the international trade. So to enhance all these things, first Nepal has to definitely implement this trade logistic policy efficiently. Besides, definitely, I just like to inform here, government Nepal is also, so far I come to know, government of Nepal is also initiating for signing the MOU, three-country MOU. They are processing it. The official processing is going on. And besides, they are also processing for the signing for the, especially the passenger protocol of the BBIN. And the other part is, for the cargo protocol, definitely there are still some negotiation need to be done, and study is going on that part also. Thank you very much for providing me the opportunity to say something in this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. If I may quickly sum up the main points that were made. Nepal is prioritizing intra-regional trade as one of her focal points. Several road projects are underway, along with upgrading of highways from 2 to 4 lanes, and these could be completed within the next 5 years. Additional railway lines are also under construction, and passenger movement has also been expanded. Movement of cargo will also get a new lease of life through the construction of these railway lines. Construction of ICPs, ICDs, and dry ports will boost the volume of trade between Nepal and other countries in the region. Kosi, Gandak, and Karnali rivers are also being considered as important waterways that can make multimodal connectivity a reality in the region. Nepal, a landlocked country, but no longer referred in that way, for it is considered to be land-linked nowadays, is using 2 Indian ports, Kolkata and Vizag, for its international trade. Negotiations are on with the Indian government for utilizing other ports also. Seamless movement of cargo and passengers, as promised by the BBIN MVA, is something Nepal is looking forward to for increasing Nepalese and intra-regional trade. A lot remains to be put in place, but there is no reason to be pessimistic. Congestion and transaction costs at the border will be substantially reduced in the event of improved connectivity through such initiatives as the BBIN MVA. So these will actually open up a gateway for Nepal to Asia and Southeast Asia. She is therefore trying to boost several economic corridors to that end. Supply chain management systems will be better advanced through such connectivity endeavors. I now have the pleasure to invite the last speaker on the panel, and he is with us. So I request Mr. Sanjeev Gupta, Member, Planning and Development, Lands Ports Authority of India, Government of India, to kindly take over. Please, sir.
First of all, I want to thank Cuts International for giving an opportunity to present our case, what our plans and what our plans to come up to boost the BBIN connectivity. Can you please start the presentation? Please go ahead. Please go ahead. Yeah. Land Ports Authority of India was established under a statute. This act was passed in 2010, and first this Land Port Authority was established in 2012. Though the authority was established in 2012, but the activities and all those things were going on from 2003 onwards. Only the framework was different. It was given and it was passed an act of the Parliament in 2010. Please go ahead. See, at our land ports, these are our major stakeholders. Majority work is done by the customs, then Bureau of Immigration, customs for the cargo, and Bureau of Immigration for the passengers. And our land ports are guarded by the border guarding forces. Like if land port is on the Bangladesh border, it will be done by the BSF. If it is on the Nepal border and Bhutan border, it is done by the SSB. And then during that time of COVID, this health department and all, they also came in a big way. So FSSI is having some labs. So none of our land ports are having the labs of FSSI. These samples are being sent to the labs, nearby labs. Please go ahead. Please go ahead. So we will discuss about the footprint of the LPI right now. Next, please. See, we are having 9 land ports operational right now, and 4 are with Bangladesh, 1 is with Myanmar, 2 with Nepal, and 2 with Pakistan. And out of these 9, the top one, Dera Baba Nanak, is purely for the passengers. You know, there is a Gurdwara on the Pakistan side, Kartarpur side. So our passengers, they go there, and it's only for the spiritual purpose. So rest all other 8, we have the trade. The major port is Petrapol with Bangladesh. So through our land ports, we are having around 70,000 crores of the EXIM, export and import, out of which almost 40% is done through Petrapol and 40 to 5% through Raxol. Raxol is for the Nepal side. As our co-panelist for the Nepal, he has mentioned we are having two land ports on the Nepal side right now. One is Raxol, one is Jogbani. So other than, because Nepal is a landlocked country, so the trade with Nepal to India, we have majority through the land only. Other than these two land ports, we have land customs station also. The land customs stations are small. They come under the Ministry of Finance, under Customs Department. We have no role to play in them. Next slide, please. Next slide. See, other than those 9 operational, we have the mandate from Government of India to make operational 14 others. So 14 plus 9, we have the approval from the ministry, the 23 land ports to be operationalized right now. 9 are operational. These 14 are in different stages. I'll discuss one by one. Our co-panelist from Nepal has mentioned one from west to east corridor through Nepal, which is almost 1500 kilometers. So if we see the top one, Banbasa is on the western part of Nepal. So the counterpart in Nepal is Dudra Chandni. And if we see the eastern part of Nepal is Panitanki. So from Banbasa to Panitanki, there is a World Bank project going on for the east-west railway corridor. So in future, in coming time, in years to come, Banbasa, we are having the rail link. So Nepal will be having the trade through the rail to the Gujarat ports itself. So in that way, this Banbasa is coming up in a big way. But Banbasa, we are in the process of land acquiring. The land which has been acquired by the Nepal side has been acquired by them, and the counterpart land we have also in the process of acquiring, but it's a forest land, and getting forest land. The process is tedious, but we are going on. See, if you see the orange one, let's see the blue one. Blue one are just ready-made. The second one is Rupaidia. Rupaidia is almost 99% ready. Rupaidia, and the next is Sonoli, and then these 3 are on the Bangla border. One is Dauki, one is Sabrum, one is Korpuchia. Out of these 5, the first one Rupaidia, and then Dauki and Sabrum, they are almost ready. They will be operational within next 3-4 months, coming 2 months. So construction is almost over. And this Kavarpuchia will be a unique ICP because this is the first to come in Mizoram with Bangladesh side. And this Rupaidia, right now, all these places, we have the land customs stations. So trade is going on, but trade is going on through only for the small quantity because these land customs stations do not have the facility of, the parking and all. So you mean to say that it's a small tea gumti to a big 5-star hotel because LCS will not be having a parking station, but our Rupaidia land port will be having a parking of almost 500 to 600 trucks. So all the trucks right now, if at a Rupaidia, if we are passing almost 100 trucks a day, then we will be passing more than 500 trucks a day because all those trucks will come and get parked in our land port during the night time. So daytime, all the customs checking will be done and it will be passed on. See, one plus point with the Nepal is our trucks can go there and within 24 hours if they come back, no additional levy charge from them. And similarly, the case with the Nepal trucks also. So there is no loading and unloading at our land ports. Whereas this is not the case with Bangladesh side. In case of Bangladesh, our trucks go there, cross the border. They, all the materials are deloaded there and then they come back. Similarly, the Bangladesh trucks comes to our land port on the 0 line. They get deloaded and then they goes back. So there are the political willness and all those things are going on. In future, we may see that Bangladeshi trucks also go to Indian side up to Calcutta and all. So that this loading and deloading, which takes care of, which is the most of the time is taking that only. So in future, in the coming years to come, we may see that these developments may come up. See, out of these 14, we are mandated to operationalize these 3 in the next 3-4 months. Rest 14, we are in the process of acquiring land because the states which are politically friendly, we are going first to those states so that the land acquiring and all those things taking place. Our co-panelist from Bhutan has mentioned about a inland container depot in Pasakha. So if you see, there is a place called Jagaon. Jagaon, we are in the process of getting land from West Bengal government. It's on West Bengal border. We have just visited with a joint team from Bhutan side, our Indian side. I had taken the lead in that. So we are in the process of getting land. Once the land is allotted to us, we'll make a big land port there. Next, boss. Next slide. Yeah, this is just a glimpse. Total 23 land ports are in the process of we are making. 9 are operational, 5 are under construction. Out of these 5, 3 will be operational in the next 3-4 months. Then next 4 are the land acquisition stage. Next 5 are planned. But once the land is, LPI gets the land, we will go for the construction stage. Our process is first we get an in-principle approval from the cabinet. Then after in-principle approval, we approach the state government for land. Once land is acquired by the LPI, we go for the approval with the cabinet, because then construction and all those things. Our ministry is Ministry of Home Affairs. So these 3 processes, we get the funds and all those things. Our process takes almost 24 to 30 months once we get the approval of the funds. So the whole process, right from the scratch, at least 4 to 5 years it takes for the land port to operationalize. Next. These are the details for all the 23. We hope that in the next 3 to 4 years, all these 23 will be operational. And as a just ballpark, right now 9 are operational, and land port is facilitating almost 70,000 crores of the trade. Once these additional 14 will come up, we will be facilitating 80,000 more. Similarly, the trade which is being facilitated right now, the same trade will be facilitated much more in the next 14 also. Next year. See, next please. See, these 13 land ports, these are the major, just a glimpse, these are the major facilities either we are giving or we are envisaging. This hard infrastructure, then systems and equipments, basic and ancillary amenities that we are providing. And the last column, this solar power, then automatic warehousing, then paperless and all those things. And we are in the different stages of providing it. We are there is a land port management system. We have got the approval from the ministry. We will be implementing it. Once it is implemented, then let's say truck from Gujarat starts. It comes at the land port. Right now there is no advanced communication, so that truck at Gujarat can book the slot from there itself when it want to come. So in that case, the dwell time will be very much less at the land port. So our target is once it lands at the gate of our land port, within 4 hours, it should cross the land port to the other side. Next one. See, out of these 9 operational land ports, the biggest land port is Petrapol. Petrapol is the largest land port in Southeast Asia. This is 9th biggest land port in South Asia. So in Southeast Asia, see, just to have a figure, almost 22 lakhs passenger pass in a year-to-year basis. And passenger movement is from dawn to dusk, right? Let's say from 6 to 6, 12 hours. In 12 hours a day, 365 days, it means we are getting only 10 seconds per passenger to cross over. So, if you have just at the look at the Petrapol land port, there is a huge queue of passengers coming from Bangladesh side every time. And we are making a new passenger terminal building. Right now, we have a capacity of almost some 2,500 passengers. On this installed capacity, almost 9,000 passengers are coming. We are making a new Petrapol building, new passenger building to handle 20,000 passengers. And if everything goes well, we will be having that building commissioned by December 23. And the cargo side, 40% of the trade with Bangladesh to India is being handled by this port only. Almost 400 trucks, they cross over from our side to that side and that side to our side. Bangladesh side, we are having regular, we have LPI in India, we have BLPI in Bangladesh, and the equivalent body in Nepal also. We have a bilateral talks with them. Our delegations go there. The delegations also come here. Just last week, I headed that delegation. We had interactions with Bangladesh Land Port Authority, so that because that land ports, they have the capacity of more trucks to pass on. So right now we are passing 400 trucks, but we are making a joint cargo gate at the cost of almost 6 to 7 crores. Once that cargo gate comes up, right now the cargo gate has only 2 lanes to go side, 2 lanes to come side. Then if that new cargo gates comes up, then we will be having 8 lanes. It means by any figure, we will be doubling our number of trucks going that side also. So, but internationally, these things, as our co-panelists have also mentioned, these things looks very, very, very good in listening. But internationally, cooperation and all those things, a lot of standard operating procedures are there. Commerce may be a main motive, but then our security and other things comes in picture. So a lot of things are there. Like in Bangladesh side, we have a pact with our border guarding forces, sir. No construction within 150 yards of our zero line in some of the land ports. But our ill luck is our land ports are on the zero line itself. So I mean, restrictions are there for the construction of 150-yard line. Then we go case by case basis. Some, then we have to go through MEA also. MEA of India, then MEA does some diplomacy with the other countries. Somewhere they are allowing, somewhere they are not allowing. Like that, these things are going on. So, I mean, the 4 years which you have told, if these conditions are more conducive, although we have a good political political environment right now with Nepal and Bangladesh, if these things goes on, the pace of getting more and more land ports is much easier. There is no dearth of the funds and all those things. I mean, a lot of things are to become up. 40% of the trade with Bangladesh, land-based trade, is through this land port only, Petrapol. Every time if I show you some photograph, this facility is almost 125 acres. And at any point of time, 1,000 trucks are inside. 1,000 trucks inside means our own trucks, their trucks which are coming and then getting deloaded. 1,000 trucks means each truck will be having a driver, each truck will be having an attendant. So at any point of time, 5,000 to 6,000 persons are in the campus. I mean, that itself is a big nuisance. So we can think of, I mean, the work done by the security forces. These are being security is provided by the BSF. So we have been given 2 companies, sir, almost 200 staff for the security of this campus itself. And besides the BSF, we have also deployed our 600 to 700 marshals for the guidance of these trucks. You please park this way, you park this way, and still a lot of accidents that take place. And then lot of trucks which come from that side, because our trucks go that side, and let's say it has gone there at 7 o'clock in the evening. It will not be get reloaded there. So it means those drivers and conductors, they have to come back this side. Their truck will be that side. So a lot of movements every time. It looks like a big city. Please go ahead. Next slide, please. Sir, this is just I mean, a pictorial presentation. This almost 30,000 crores of cargo is being facilitated through Petrapol, and this number of vehicles means 150,000 vehicles during 21-22, and almost it's a 2.89 lakh passengers 21-22. But this was a COVID time. Pre-COVID time, our peak was 22 lakhs, and this number is increasing. So just yesterday, we have released the figure of calendar year 22. It was 15 lakhs passengers have passed there. See, if every day the passengers are coming at 9,000 per day, we can calculate. And if there are some special days like Eid, Diwali and all those things, this number gets doubled. It's a big festival basically there. And sir, you might have seen that, sir. Like we have the retreating ceremonies at Atari. We have retreating ceremony at some of the borders. At Petrapol also we have Tuesday and the Saturdays. I mean, the distance between our zero line and their zero line, it's a 25-meter distance is there. So passengers are cleared by that side. They come on our side. So 8,000 passengers, they are always queued in that small area. And retreating ceremonies take place there only, sir. Please go ahead. But this is a pattern. Whenever a new person joins our authority or system, we first send him to this Petrapol, pass there for at least 7 days, so that he has a glimpse of what is the land port, what are the problems are there, what we can do best for it. Sir, other than these 23, see, these 23 are the land ports which have been sanctioned long back by Government of India. I joined almost 1 year back as a member planning. My role is to make all these land ports operationalized. So these are the fruits which have been sown by my predecessor. So I am basically sowing the food seeds for the others also. So we have got total 66 land ports are there. We have divided those 66 in 3 phases: 26 in phase 1, then 22 in phase 2, and then phase 3. Phase depends. Phase means based on the trade, based on the passengers, based on the area, based on the probability of getting land and all those things. So Government of India has given us a go ahead. I mean a project report, making project report for 26 new land ports into LCS into land ports. So please go ahead. So we will be doing the detailed project report for these 26, out of which 23 are on the BBIN, sir. Our main land ports are BBIN only. We have one land port with Myanmar and one land port with Pakistan, but the trade is almost nil, sir. Sir, these land ports, doing the DPR and all those things, it will take almost 6 months to 9 months. Once the DPRs are ready, we will go to the cabinet that these are the DPRs, these are the amounts. Then they will give us a go ahead. I mean, in principle, out of these 26, they will prioritize, and then they will give us go ahead. Let's say 20. Then we will go for the land acquisition and then pre-construction activities, and then again the final detailed estimates for construction. So these things, these 26 may take at least 3 to 4 years to get operationalized. Next, please. Sir, please press it. This 26, out of these 26, 23 are on the BBIN side, sir. 12 on Bangladesh, 5 on Bhutan, and 6 are Nepal. Sir, when we make this study in phases, we share this study with our counterparts in Bangladesh as well as Nepal and the Bhutan side also, so that they can also plan it accordingly. So our tendency, until unless we have a counterpart land port on the other side, there is no use in making a big land port of this side also. Please go ahead. Next slide, sir. Even coming to this stage of this 66, I mean, this study took almost 2 years. We had taken the help of our consultant. We make a team of 5 persons, sir. They have visited all these 66 physically, done the study there, and then we established that these are the places which we have to go ahead. There are other LCS also, land custom stations, which are beyond this. They are very small. We have just left it for the for this phase only. Sir, in phase A, these are the LCS which will be covered. So Nepal border and the Bhutan border. And the next slide, we will see, sir, we are covering right from the west to the east, almost full Nepal border, and almost in Bhutan side, we will be covering more with the Nepal, with the Assam side now, because getting land towards the West Bengal is getting difficult. Please next. Next year, sir, these are the 12 for which we are going for the DPR. Sir, if we see, the main concentration is on the northern as well as the northeastern part, because Government of India is giving a thrust to the northeast also, and getting land and all those things from Meghalaya and Tripura is much easier than in the West Bengal side. West Bengal side, it's not only the political side, sir. Because the congestion is, I mean, habitation is too high, and there is no policy for the land acquisition in West Bengal, whereas we have the policy in the Tripura, Meghalaya, and other places. So basically, we are going for those states where land acquisition is easier. And until unless we get the land of the range of 100 acres, making a land port is almost there is no use of making a land port, because until unless all the trucks which have to pass the next day, all they are in our land port, so that the customs and all those things take place in the early morning itself. It will be useful. Next one. Next slide, please. Sir, whenever the new ambassadors of Nepal or Bhutan or Bangladesh or Bhutan and Bangladesh, Indian ambassadors, they go for the new assignments. Generally, they visit us to get us what are our plans, what are the diplomacy to be done. Just last week, our Indian ambassador in Bangladesh, he visited us. So I went there, and then we called our counterparts, either chairman or member, so that we are on the same pace. Yes. So, and we are making, so now I mean, trying to make the joint facilities. There is no use that our truck, all the things are done on one side, then the same truck on the other side, and it's being repeated. So, as a first pilot, we are making a big cargo gate with the amount of almost 6 to 7 crore at Petrapol, sir. It will be 8-lane cargo gate, and within the cargo gate itself, all the customs and security force, they will be in the gate itself. One point. So if we can make a dwell time reduce by 1 hour, it will be very much useful for us. Please. Just I'll take 5 minutes more. Please go ahead. Next slide here. Next slide. Let us come to the multimodal part now. Next part. Sir, other than the 26, the 24 and 22, we will be pushing so that at least we have more and more LCS into the ICPs in the next 10 years to come. Our ultimate aim is to make all the LCS into land ports and then open new gates as a LCS, because it's an ongoing process. Sir, these are some schemes, some railway siding. We are exploring Petrapol, Raxol, Jogbani, Nishchintapur, and the Sabroom. Sir, the main problem with the railway siding is it's costly. One railway siding is almost 200 crores because then once railway siding comes up, then gantry and all those things has to be there. So getting funds for these schemes, we are getting it harder, but we are pushing it. We will be going all these 5 places with the railway siding. Next place. And moreover, sir, in Bangladesh side, we have if you divide Bangladesh in 2 parts, east and west. So the eastern part of Dhaka is a meter gauge. Yeah. Western part is broad gauge. So western part is our Bangladesh. Right side is Tripura and Meghalaya. So land is available on the right side, which is a meter gauge. So that's a crux which is coming up. But still, MEA is pushing up one Nishchintapur, I mean Agartala to Akhora railway line. Yes. So our Indian part is over, and that part they are getting difficulties in land acquiring also. See, Bangladesh looks to be different, but problems are same. Problems are almost alike. So getting land acquisition, all those things, money is not a problem these days. Land acquisition is a problem. Please. Next. So these are some of the plans for the land for the railway siding within the Petrapol. Petrapol, I told, sir, this is a Petrapol. So if you can see, any point of time, 500 to 600 trucks are inside the Petrapol. So you will see only the trucks everywhere. Please go ahead. Next slide here. Sir, this is the Raxol. Raxol side, as our co-panelists have mentioned, although railway siding we want to make within the ICP, but railway line is going towards Nepal side, sir. So some of the ministries, they are of the view in the government of India that in place of getting the luggage containers landing at our land port, let these containers go directly to the Nepal side and let us create facilities there itself. Yeah. Please go ahead. So a lot of permutations and combinations going on. That's why all these things are getting delayed. Please go ahead. Next slide. Next slide. And railways go as per their own. We have set in the consultants. We have got the DPR for Petrapol, Jogani, and Raxol, Sabroom also. But then getting, all these designs vetted by the railways and all those things. Even within our system within India, is not that. The cake, it's not a cakewalk. Still, we are going on. Please go ahead. Okay, fine. Please go ahead. Next slide. Okay. Next slide. These are basically the plans which we have discussed. Sabroom, we are going as a new line, sir. Next one. The thrust of the government of India is the railway, sir, because then the bulk of cargo can go up, and we are having dedicated freight corridors also. So those things can be taken care of. So these are just some of the waterways, and we had made a pilot project taking our container from Calcutta to the Docky. Calcutta we took to the Chattogram port. Chattogram port, from there it goes via land, via road to the Docky, and then comes to the other side, Sudarkandi, and then comes back. We have taken 2 pilots, sir. and the time taken was less and quantity was more sold. Next one. Dear, next slide. Lot of thirsty there in the waterway side this area, because Minister of Shipping is from the Petropol itself, sir. So I think Rajat, we have discussed it. Sir, major is this LPM is coming up. This is land port management system. Once this comes up, our dwell time will be reduced to a lot. And I mean, then we will be putting the cameras, I mean, the real-time basis cameras, and so that we can identify the faces of the drivers and all. So, I mean, the sentry at the gate, he will be having prior information, who is coming, which truck is coming, which number is coming, and all those things will be there. So, most probably next 6 months, this will be in place, sir. Next one. So, this is LPMS, sir. Next one. Sir, other than LPMS, we are putting that radio detection equipment as well as full body truck scanner. They are in the tender stage. Once this FBTS comes up, then the whole container will be, I mean, because we know what is there in the inside, I mean, as a declared one. So the security forces, customs, they can check up, I mean, against the contraband and all those things. Please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for highlighting the operationalization and reinvigoration of land ports, which is a top priority of the government of India. And this is indeed a real driver for boosting trade in the region. We appreciate how vividly you drew attention to the importance of establishing the compatibility and complementarity with regard to both sensitivities and infrastructural facilities on both sides of the border. Thank you very much, sir. We have amidst us Ambassador Pinaki Ranjan Chakraborty. You have already met him in the morning. And I think it is in the fitness of things that we request him to have the concluding words on this subject, given his expertise and long experience. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for giving me the floor. And Sanjeev, thank you for that brilliant presentation. I got updated because I'm fallen behind in terms of my knowledge base. Because when I visited Petropol, it was a different ballgame at that time. But it's a very significant what you have told us about the upgradation that is being taking place all over the border, land ports. And this is what was needed. For many, many years, this was being discussed. And today we are finally getting there. I mean, upgradation will continue. The digital portals that you have talked about in terms of getting prior information. These are excellent. Trade facilitation was certainly something that the government has been talking about for a very long time. And slowly the results are coming. The outcomes you can see in terms of the growth of trade as the two economies, I mean, talking the Bangladesh context, as the two economies grow and prosper, and the number of people coming and going is increasing. 2.8 million visas were issued to Bangladeshis last year, I think. So this is a very good story that is unfolding in terms of our neighborhood policy, I would say, in terms of the overall neighborhood policy, economic and trade issues, etc. Ultimately, it's the economic and trade issues which will drive the relationship apart from other niggling problems, border management and things like that. So, and I would like to commend Sanjay and the Land Ports Authority. This was established when I was still in service, and even the border management group, etc., was being established at that time. And obviously, they have matured. They're doing great work now. And land acquisition, of course, is a problem. One or two things that it strikes me from what Sanjay said is that if you can't do it on this side, whether you can do it on the other side. Something that is a problem or a bottleneck, as he said, let the containers go into Nepal and let it be handled there. Now, these are things that I think some funding should also be provided to the other country so that they can build the facility if they can do it on their side, because ultimately it has to go on their side and it has to be taken care of. So I think that way we can think of funding some activities which have bottlenecks on this side but can be dealt with more easily on the other side. These could be some macro kind of issues, as you are an expert. I am no expert, but I think these thoughts come to mind when we look at these things. But with that, let me again thank Cuts for inviting me to be present. I wish I could have come in the morning, but there were some other meetings, and I wish I could stay, but I will not be able to. So the Raisina dialogue is taking place, and I have to be there. So thank you again for having me here. And Sanjeev, keep up the good work. That's all I can say. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all the panelists for their excellent deliberations, and I'm sure we've learned a lot in course of this session. Gandhiji once said very penetratingly that even God would be afraid to appear before a hungry man except in the form of food. I'm sure we are all hungry, so let us head for lunch and we will back here at 2. Thank you so much.
On that point, Einstein said a very telling thing on God. And I must tell you this. Somebody had asked him, Einstein, that is there God? So he looked at him, looked here and there and says, but I believe that God does not play dice with the universe.
Audience, I do apologize for this hiccup, but after lunch sessions are always challenging for various reasons. But sorry for this unanticipated hiccup. First of all, let me also register my deep appreciation to CARTS and its partners for this opportunity. I have been associated with this mConnect project from the very beginning and have participated in a number of discussions. And one of the reasons why I was persuaded to be involved in this excellent venture is the enthusiasm of Bipul and his colleagues and the partners, which is really very encouraging for us also, who want to have a deeper regional integration and connectivity in South Asia. So today's discussion is very important, and I think that this session is particularly important because if you ask me, I think that since we have signed the BBIN agreement in 2015, and many standard operating procedures have also been finalized, but why it is not progressing? Already 8 years. This is the 8th year running. I think that the political economy factors need deeper understanding with regard to not only why it's not happening at the speed that we want, but also how to take it forward. So from that perspective, this project is very important. I think whatever is happening, that through this project, we have been raising awareness about the need for deeper connectivity, going in fact beyond BBIN motor vehicle agreement. I think that is that itself is very important, and I think it has contributed positively to not only our understanding, but to stimulate and encourage us to deepen regional connectivity and regional integration, and raising awareness about the positive outcomes which could come through this. So we do have a number of excellent panelists who will take us through this afternoon. Since we have lost some time, I will be guided by Bipul and organizers with regard to how much time we have at our disposal. But as far as I understand, we have a presentation by Mr. Indranil Bose, consultant CARS International, who has done a lot of work as part of World Bank as well. And we have three panelists also. Mr. Vimlal Suberi, former Chief Policy and Planning Division, Minister of Information and Communication, Royal Government of Bhutan. We have Riya Sinha, who has stepped in, and we will hear from her as well. And we have Opekha Shah, Assistant Professor, Department of International Relations and Diplomacy at Tribhuvan University. And I was looking through their CV. All of them are eminent specialists in areas of trade, connectivity, logistics. So we very much look forward to their inputs. And also we have amongst our audience people who I am hoping that will also be able to contributing. When we talk about the political economy factors, I think one, of course, is that we need to have a deeper understanding about the positive impacts that closer connectivity under the BBIN MVA, which has a multiplier impact on economy, trade, tourism, people-to-people connectivity. And I think it is also very important that it will help us, in fact, as the linchpin of the triangulation that we say, trade, investment, and transport. This triangulation is so important. And transport lies at the heart of this triangulation. So this is one part of it, obviously. The other part of it is why, to identify why it is not happening. I think this is really needs deeper look, because we all understand the benefits, but then what are the factors that impede? So this is something which we need to understand. What more we should do in terms of expediting the implementation of the agreement. What I can see, at least from the perspective of Bangladesh, India, and Nepal, that many elements of the jigsaw puzzle are being put in place. If you ask me, for example, Bangladesh, we are building a lot of infrastructure, roads, connectivity to Northeast India. Then we are also taking steps to have rail connectivity with Nepal. So many initiatives are being put in place, but we need we need to address the last mile difficulties, which is how to ensure that these connectivities which are being put in place under the Indian line of credit, under bilateral various initiatives, and India has also allowed Nepal transit to come to use our ports. So I think that there are some missing links, and if we can identify those, that will also be helpful in terms of taking this forward. The other point, which I think CARTS and the organizers have very rightly mentioned, is whether we can look at it, look at the MVA, motor vehicle agreement, as part of a multimodal connectivity. And I think that this is very, very pertinent right now, because we have to look at it from the other elements of connectivity which are being put in place. I mentioned about the rail link with Nepal, and we have sent fertilizer to Nepal by using that. So I think that, and we have signed, for example, the coastal shipping agreement, etc. So looking at it from a multimodal perspective is also becoming very important, because in fact, if we just look at the motor vehicle agreement, to that extent, we will be, I think, constrained to reap the benefits, potential benefits. So from all this perspective, today's discussion is very important. And I understand that Mr. Indranil Bose will have a brief presentation on some of the issues, and then we can take it forward with the help of our panelists and our audience. Is that okay?
Yes, sir, I guess for everyone.
Okay, Mr. Indranil.
Thank you so much, sir. I have fond memories of my engagement to you at Jaipur several years ago.
Yeah, thank you. Yes.
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Chair. Let me begin with a little story. I saw this movie several years ago. It's called Miss Beatty's Children. Miss Beatty is a philanthropist and an educationist, and her mission in life is to ensure the uplift of educational standards of rural children in southern India. And her whole life is devoted to setting up this school, which has grown from strength to strength. And in her sunset years, there's a scene where Miss Beatty is walking around the campus, marveling at the way her institution has grown. And she comes up with a remark, which I think is so soulful and pertinent. She says, any change, even if it is for the better, brings nostalgia, for things are no longer what they used to be. Ladies and gentlemen, try and read these words into the voice of a boatman, whose children are marveling at the sight of a bridge which has come across the river, but he has lost his livelihood. And I think it is these granular details that the present study tries to capture. Because if these realities can be fed into the policy-making process, policy-making in the true sense of the term will be ensuring more inclusive growth and recommendations which will take into consideration the interests of all those who emerge as the losers in the process of trade facilitation. I will be skipping some of the slides because we are all running short of time. So I will be, and I think those slides will probably be circulated amongst you in case you're interested. I will therefore ask my soldiers to try and skip, and I will try and guide them to the best of my ability. Can we begin with slide 4? I think in the morning session, we've discussed the basic rationale behind connectivity. But I think as an anterior issue to this discussion, it is important to the previous one, I think. Just the previous one. I think it is important to keep in perspective what exactly is connectivity. It would indeed be myopic to consider connectivity merely in terms of physical infrastructure. Rather, connectivity is understood as a combination of the physical infrastructure of essential roads and ports, the soft infrastructure of rules, regulations, institutions, and skills that help numerous players participate in trade, and the digital infrastructure that can connect people to the marketplace globally and at lower costs. So connectivity is not just about putting the right infrastructural loopholes in place. And that is why I think the field trips were of immeasurable value. The field trips that were carried out through the different trade corridors, because an attempt was made by the entire research team at CUTS to try and capture the granular details, the little stories that all add up to one big issue, and that is people's interests have to be safeguarded. Okay, you can't just look upon them as casualties of civilization if they have suffered from measures that have been introduced ostensibly for propping up trade facilitation measures. So I move on to some of the corridors that were surveyed, just to give you a hint of the kind of pictures that were gathered in course of the survey with various and interactions with various stakeholders across these corridors. Next. Here, when we were going through the cross-border linkages from New Delhi, in the course of our interactions, it was explained that loading and unloading of cargo is an archaic practice. Ria was just mentioning this a moment ago, and should be scrapped off. But we also realized that in the process of such measures, a lot of people would be losing their livelihood opportunities. The discussions pointed out that to make multimodal connectivity efficient, understanding the usefulness and effectiveness of different modes of transport is vital and therefore should be studied. This study should include what type of traffic and commodities can be transmitted through a particular mode of transport. We need to consider traffic flows, cost, infrastructure, requirements, among such other indicators. There is need to build confidence-building measures through civil societies and people-to-people contact. Such linkages can be established through meetings, dialogues, and training sessions that address the apprehensions of the concerned stakeholders. An important area which also came out was the need to make all approaches more gender inclusive. Gender inclusivity is indeed a multifaceted problem and cannot be solved just by focusing on improving trade infrastructure. Next. The Dhubri-Jogighopa Guwahati landscape told us another story, that there is need to understand the bottlenecks that frustrate trade, and that it is also important to decongest trade from the roadways and perhaps contemplate a shift to waterways. But there is a lack of consultations and deliberations. Some apprehend that there is also lack of coordination between the center and the states and also private stakeholders regarding infrastructure initiatives. Furthermore, to encourage inclusive development, here also we found that the participation of women in trade and supply chains is quite dismal. Bihar diary, the field trip that was carried out in Bihar, revealed that though ICPs have been constructed with a long-term vision to promote seamless trade and connectivity, infrastructural challenges remain. The more pressing issue is the need to strengthen interagency and stakeholders coordination. In many situations, like traveling through Haldia and Kolaghat and Kolkata Triangle, we found that although Kolaghat is being contemplated as a port of call in the second addendum to Indo-Bangladesh Protocol on Inland Water Transit and Trade, not much awareness is there about this port among the people who rely almost entirely on the local newspaper for their feed of what is happening. Traveling through Karimganj, the team met with the Exporter Association, and we realized that they were emphasizing the need to concentrate on water transport as the best mode of transportation because it offers comparatively lower costs than roadways. In fact, the journey across the district is not smooth, as there are allegations of extortion of money from truck drivers by vested interests. Once again, the team was informed that there are very few women involved in cross-border trade from this particular district. The Sahibganj corridor, I don't know if we are able to keep track with the slides, but these will be made available to you. I want to show you the total picture, and it is possible that what I am deliberating is not in sync with the presentation in front of you. So I am only imploring you to listen to me rather than look at the slide. Regarding the Sahibganj corridor, we found that for inclusive development, not just for economic growth, people at the ground level should benefit from these facilities. Making massive investments solely for the purpose of infrastructural development will not suffice. Awareness generation and capacity building are essential prerequisites for the successful utilization of infrastructure that has been created. To understand the same, the team had discussions with several people involving BSF personnel, truck drivers, local businessmen, and fishermen. The team's interaction and observations reveal that the representation of women is once again meager. The discussion with fishermen, another example, revealed that there exists a lack of knowledge and awareness among fishermen regarding trade through waterways. They expressed that they would be willing to shift to trade and trade-related practices if they are assured of improved income opportunities. Environment is also an important consideration that was depicted by interactions along this corridor. The environment implications of the practices in the Stone Belt corridor are severe. The people face problems of breathing and many suffer from tuberculosis. Transportation via roadways adds to this pollution. If the transportation diverges from roadways to waterways, the pollution level would decrease and benefit the local people. Also, the congested roads cause high chances of accidents in the town roads, which might reduce if traffic is less. Over to the Siliguri corridor, we found that people from various sectors are aware of some of the recent and major trade and connectivity developments in the region, though information gaps are noticeable. Many people are moving from this region in search of jobs to other places. If the full potential of the region in trade and connectivity is tapped, then the outward migration can be prevented, which can lead to reverse migration. Representation of women is once again low. What transpired is that necessary capacity building and awareness generation, complemented by cheaper financing facilities, will bring more women to the sector. Certain specific needs of the people were also thrown up in the course of these field trips. I'll give you one instance along the Siliguri corridor. People in the Panitanki area were promised solutions regarding the drinking water crisis which they experienced during the time of land acquisition for the construction of Asian Highway through Panitanki. But after the construction of the road, nothing happened in this regard, according to the local people, who find measures at connectivity difficult to grapple with when their real needs are ignored. There is also a toll plaza along the road to Siliguri from Panitanki, and every time people cross that road, they have to pay tolls both ways. It is increasing the cost of the living of the people in the region who depend on Siliguri for fulfillment of almost all their needs. Such and many other stories have emerged in the course of the field trips. I would like to draw your particular attention to the case of boatmen of Varanasi, which came about when we were studying Uttar Pradesh, which is emerging as a hub for multimodal connectivity in the BBIN subregion. The boatmen of Varanasi have several issues. Their voices are not heard, and they do not have any representation in any government forum, even though they have genuine concerns and ideas to share with regard to cleanliness and disaster management. Tourism is the only source of their income. There are competent people in the community of the boatmen who can help in disaster management, particularly with regard to rescue operations during floods, and they play an essential role in the cleanliness around ghats. They suggested that the government disaster management should effectively use their services. They can also play a positive role in maintaining Ganga River's cleanliness, especially near the ghats. Those are some of the specific field stories, but we tried to put them together in our attempt to draw up a list of take-home messages which could rankle with policymakers even as they try to come up with more robust policy changes in sync with the improvement in trade that is being contemplated. I'll draw your attention to some of these important inputs that we have offered with the purpose of making policy making more people-friendly. Could we move to slide number 13, please? That's a lucky number to start. Thank you. I'm coming straight to the main points to save time. Number one, there are information gaps at various levels. Inadequate connectivity and lack of job opportunities result in outward migration. Awareness generation and responsibility of the media about making some ports or access points visible to the public and stakeholders is an urgent necessity. The representation of women, we've highlighted this in course of our stories as well, in trade and allied services is rather low. This is a fallout of insufficient technical know-how coupled with poor financing facilities. Necessary capacity building and awareness generation activities complemented by financing facilities will bring more women to the sector. Next. Promotion of local products and specialties, including regional cuisine and local delicacies, local handicrafts, could offer a much-needed boost to cottage industries of the region and the local economy. For this purpose, people need to be trained and incentivized to market local products. Roads in several places are often narrow and congestion is a regular hazard. They need to be widened at several points and their condition revamped to accommodate heavy load-bearing traffic. This would also be a deterrent to accidents. There are critical infrastructure gaps and inadequacies at borders which stand in the way of improved connectivity. Often the equipment is outmoded or obsolete, if not altogether absent. Structural reforms are also needed to ensure an integrated paperless trade regime before implementing any such plan for connectivity. Establishing internationally accredited labs on both sides of the customs to avoid delay in the certification process is required at several border points. An important aspect of deliberative democracy, next please, an important aspect of deliberative democracy is that voices from the ground need to be audible in the corridors of decision making. What has transpired? Next please. What has transpired from various field visits is a lack of consultation and deliberations among various stakeholders regarding utilization and integration of connectivity. For example, in India's Northeast, governmental initiatives for revamping infrastructure ought to be preceded by interactions with stakeholders to take stock of specifics of the locality. One has also to be futuristic in assessing roadways or railways. An existing roadway may not face congestion at present, but one must consider its ability to handle increasing traffic in the days to come. The Chittagong port in Bangladesh has reached the limit of its capacity, and one has to think of ways to unburden its load, perhaps by promoting another seaport like Matarbari. One has also to be sensitive to the demands. Next. One has also to be sensitive to the demands of ecological balance and concerns of environmental degradation of the region in which a port or an industrial unit or even a motorway may be located. For instance, ports around the Sundarban region cradle several ports of Bangladesh. There are some communication and coordination problems among different policy making and implementation authorities. Though ICPs have been constructed at several places with a long-term vision To promote seamless trade and connectivity, infrastructural challenges remain. The more pressing issue is to harmonize and strengthen interagency and stakeholders coordination and remove fixation with old ways. I think in the last session, this was also alluded to. Workshops for awareness generation and interagency coordination may help in this regard. Connectivity is also not just about trade, but about promoting livelihood opportunities and addressing livelihood concerns of people. I gave you the example right at the outset, and I would like to reiterate that ultimately, if people's lives don't matter, nothing will matter. Next, land acquisition is often the necessary part of the process of laying down the required infrastructure for facilitating connectivity. However, in several areas, the compensation for the landowners is delayed. At Ashuganj in Bangladesh, for example, some locals claim that land and factory owners got adequate compensation during the land acquisition. Still, those who worked in the factories or lived in rented accommodations were not compensated. The land allotted for food silos was also taken away during the acquisition. It is seen that at times, development of ports can trigger industrial growth and development. Vizag or Visakhapatnam is a strong case for port-led industrialization in India. From a small fisherman hamlet, Visakhapatnam has metamorphosed into a throbbing metropolis due to the development of the port and the Hindustan Lever shipyard. This fast-growing city is the major industrial hub in Andhra Pradesh, ranked at #1 among states in India for the ease of doing business rankings 2020. Another unhealthy practice which emerged in the course of the field trips is extortions that are often a deterrent to truck drivers plying across the roads. These ought to stop. For example, at Benapole, the three most noteworthy levels are the syndicate in Bongao on the Indian side, laborers' union, and customs officials. Such extortions raise the costs involved in trans-border trade beyond measure. Again, members of the transgender community extort money from vessels at the Gumti Daudkandi River Port in Kumilla, Bangladesh. And in all this, the issue of inclusive development has come to the fore. Without proper awareness and involvement, people at the grassroots will always remain neglected. As a result, they will not benefit from developing the BBIN subregion. A more inclusive and collaborative approach to policymaking in respect of overhauling trade and connectivity is desired. It is also noted at several places like Srimantapur in Tripura that the condition of the workforce is quite appalling. There is no provision for food or drinking water inside the premises, and they usually rely on light refreshments available at a makeshift shop adjacent to the establishment. Furthermore, the nature of the work in this place is such that the laborers are prone to injuries and accidents. The integrated development complexes lack appropriate first aid or medical services for the labor force. These are among the major findings that we would like to place before you and which hopefully will animate policymakers as they grapple with realities around us and try to make policies that will address human needs without compromise. However, initiatives for strengthening the conclusion, the last page, please. However, initiatives for strengthening connectivity and boosting trade cannot be pronounced as a once and for all affair. Given the continuous inflow of ceaseless social, political, and economic variables, because the picture is never constant, all such measures will have to be viewed, reviewed, adjusted, and readjusted in light of the emerging reality. The bottom line is there is no room for complacence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Indranil. I think that was an excellent presentation. I think we all owe a deep debt of gratitude to Indranil and his team because they have drawn our attention to many issues which are not generally discussed when we talk about motor vehicle agreement or the broader connectivity issues. As Indranil mentioned, we have to think about inclusive connectivity. We have to think about connectivity with human face. I think that is the message. Sometimes, as we say, we don't see the trees because of the forest. And this granular, as Indranil rightly mentioned, which sometimes gets lost in the panoramic discourse that we tend to have often. I think this is very important. So who are the losers, whose livelihoods will be adversely impacted, what implications for gender? All these are very important issues which we have to discuss when we talk about connectivity and greater good that could come out of connectivity. But people's lives are important. One issue I think, Indranil, which is didn't maybe they have looked at it, but didn't Indranil didn't emphasize enough, which I think is that it is coordination both within countries, amongst agencies and stakeholders, policymakers, policy making, but also I think across countries, between countries. That coordination is also very important. If we want to have single windows, you will have to have coordination at the border, policies behind the border and beyond the border. So I think that level of coordination and what adverse footprints that could have on the other side of the border, that also we have to capture. But I think that Indranil has thrown a lot of insights into this discourse, and thank you. I think all these are very important as we take the discourse forward, particularly in the context of implementation of the motor vehicle agreement and the broader multimodal connectivities in the region. So thank you very much, Indranil. We have, as I mentioned, we have 3 distinguished panelists. Can I now invite Mr. Bimlal Suberi? Are you there?
Yes, please.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Mr. Bimlal Suberi is former Chief Policy and Planning Division, Ministry of Information Communication, Royal Government of Bhutan. I think your insights will be very important because in the context of the BBIN and MVA, Bhutan has a distinct perspective. So if you could kindly, since we are running out of time, maybe 7 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon to esteemed delegates and participants. I wish to, at the outset, express my gratitude to Kurtz International and BMCI Bhutan for inviting me to this forum, and I am indeed honored to be part of this important discussion. Afternoon sessions are usually problematic, but I hope to keep the team awake and make my intervention short. My comments may not quite be up to the expectations.
You have been muted. Please unmute.
I have already unmuted.
Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes. Now
Okay.
You are audible. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. My comments may not be up to the expectations since all 3 questions which I received from Kurtz relate mostly to BBI and MBA, and I would purposely want to avoid most of the discussions related to MBA since the government's position has already been communicated and all 3 countries are fully aware. Uh, so jumping straight to the subject of multimodal connectivity, a number of notable achievements have been made, and most of these were already highlighted by BMCI director in the morning. One is to do with the planned establishment of railway link between Kokrajhar, which is a place in Assam, and Gelapur in Bhutan. This was, in fact, long awaited, and I'm very optimistic that I will get to see this link operational in my lifetime. A Pasaka link would have been the preferred link, but from the volume point of view, but Kokrajhar has been chosen for various reasons, and one important reason being the land space availability. And I think we should support this important development and uh, see the link happening anytime soon. So the second one relates to the planned investment to develop 3 river ports along the Brahmaputra river system. These are going to be extremely beneficial for Bhutanese traders, especially for trade with Bangladesh. And similarly, the SOP for the use of inland waterways with Bangladesh is yet another recent initiative which has been going on, and I'm sure many things have taken place, and we are hoping to see the MOU being implemented very soon. Air transport is already good, and some additional roads, as requested earlier, are probably under consideration by 3 member countries. Sorry. With regard to challenges, this is again not a complaint, but just to let the audience know of some of the difficulties. I can't avoid but to share these difficulties. Transporters continue to complain of local issues, and a number of them were highlighted by my previous speaker, and these are absolutely true and prevalent on any given day. The demand for informal payments and the absence of adequate parking for export cargo is one of the most common issues faced by our transporters. Congestion at the border areas, especially since 2016, after a big jump in the export of borders, seem to have increased the waiting time significantly. Lately, the use of Subida app and the collection of highway toll in the states of Assam and West Bengal have further added to the already high cost of transportation. Of course, Subida app definitely is good from the point of improving efficiency and giving faster clearance of cargo. But from the payment point of view, our truckers feel that the rate charged currently for the use of this app is unreasonably high. This is a feedback from our transporters. I hope I'm right. And even because of the toll, the highway toll which is collected in the states of Assam and West Bengal, currently I think 3 are operating. Even for travel between say place in Bhutan to another place in Bhutan, but transiting through India, our truckers and commuters have to pay the toll, and this is seen as some kind of additional burden financially. So I do not know whether there is any way to lift this toll system for these vehicles. Specific to the 3 questions on BBIN MBA, my personal thoughts are as follows. It has to be my personal thoughts because I am no longer in the government. I'm a private citizen as of now. The 3 observations are: BBIN MBA was initiated with best of intentions to promote connectivity and trade in the sub-region. However, its implementation suffered setback owing to concerns raised by various stakeholders. The issue of reciprocity is one always concern, and I keep raising this every time I am given floor to speak on the subject. The trucking industry is feeling insecure to face competition from outside players. The issue of asymmetry the big size versus small size has also come out repeatedly. Lack of other essential infrastructure such as parking space and inadequate road network are other concerns faced by our policymakers. A message from the former shipping secretary this morning actually summarized most of the concerns, which is to do with political sensitivity. So politically, I think our neighbors have been sensitive. I hope they will continue to be sensitive and analyze the difficulties which Bhutan will be facing in the days to come. On the need or the scope of scaling up BBIN MBA to include multimodal transport in sub-region, I would think that road transport will be is the most widely used and convenient mode of transport to provide last mile connectivity. This is especially relevant to a landlocked country like Bhutan, where other modes of transport are missing. It's also a complex subject due to many players involved. For these reasons, unless MBA is successfully implemented, railways, airways, and riverways may continue to function separately as proposed in the BIMSTEC Transport Master Plan. I keep referring to BIMSTEC Transport Master Plan because this is one very important document which has recently been endorsed by all the 7 member states, and I was particularly part of this working group and is very close to my heart. In the long run, however, possibilities may be explored to conclude regional air services agreement on the lines of what has been initiated under SARC a few years ago. This has not moved ahead, but something on the line of what was proposed could be thought of in the long run, in the medium term. As for railways, the sub-region may leverage the Trans-Asian Railway Agreement, which is led by UNESCO. With planned discussion to finalize standard operating procedures to implement MBA among BIN countries, one B is missing here, many issues which may be relevant for Bhutan will remain unresolved because Bhutan will not be able to propose or convey its concerns or other difficulties at the time of finalizing the SOP. So, as and when Bhutan becomes a part to this BBIN, there might be issues again. Therefore, the international community may continue to explore pragmatic ways to address unique concerns which might be prevalent for Bhutan and which has been repeatedly raised in different fora. So until that happens, regular consultation at the local level on both sides of the border would be needed for seamless cross-border transport and trade. Otherwise, the problem will continue and our traders will continue to suffer. Finally, I'm just curious to know, I do not know whether I missed it, but I think I still need to get this clarity. I'm just curious to know how the study findings in the form of this report is going to be disseminated at the intergovernmental level so that political economy and political sensitivity go hand in hand. Finally, of course, this is too late, but since I had just noted as a point from my side, just thought of sharing it. A physical meeting of this kind would have been even better for networking and informal exchange of views among the participants. However, it seems, unfortunately, the project is coming to an end this month, so this is not going to be a possibility. With that, I thank you all for your attention and hoping to continue this collaboration despite being in the private sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Suberi. I think your points, I think, are very well taken. Although Bhutan is not part of now, at least, the motor vehicle agreement, but we are very hopeful that at some point of time, Bhutan will also join. You have rightly mentioned about the importance of multimodal connectivity. Which is very important, and some of the problems that we face in that context. And also, thank you for bringing the issue of BMSTEC transport master plan, because I think that if we want to have the the synergies, then we will also have to look at beyond the region, and also look at intra-regional connectivity as part of the greater pan-Asian connectivity. I think this is also very, very important. Thank you very much. Now, can I request Ria Sinha? Ria, are you there?
Yes, thank you, Chair,
Yes,
and
please.
good evening, everyone. And first of all, congratulations, Cuts, for this, bringing out this wonderful report. I've seen this in the making for the last 3 years, read various outputs as part of this project. So I'm very happy to see this out there. And congratulations, Indranil, on that wonderful presentation. Too often when we speak of connectivity, like you mentioned, we have this myopic view that connectivity is all about physical infrastructure, but you brought out the human side of connectivity, which I think is really important for a bottom-up approach to connectivity. Now, I'm sure since morning, we've all heard a lot of challenges when it comes to connectivity in the BBIN region. I don't want to delve deeper into the challenges because they're part of this report. We've been hearing about it, and Ranil also pointed out some of them. I instead want to focus on what can be done to overcome these challenges. What kind of policy interventions at different levels do we require? I mean, it's needless to say that the whole objective of this BBIN connectivity is to improve trade cost, improve logistics cost, improve the cost of doing trade and the time of doing trade, and reducing the time of logistics, harmonizing procedure, building infrastructure, etc. But this also has a spillover effect on, say, tourism connectivity in the region, on even improving education connectivity within the, within the region when these corridors are established. And this is something that we've seen in numerous of our field visits as well. The interventions that are required to address all of these challenges, they are multi-leveled, and they're holistic at one part, but they're also multi-level at another part. And I'm just going to delve deeper into all of these three. The first is, of course, at the sub-regional level, or even sometimes at the bilateral level, like supranational level, I would put it that way. And those talks are already going on. We have a protocol established, procedures are being discussed, and sort of implementation phase has also begun. So that level, we are doing well. Things are going well. The countries are coordinating or cooperating with each other. The second is the national level, where a lot of intervention is required at the government level, how different agencies cooperate with each other, coordinate with each other. A pertinent example from the field is, just some time back, I was doing a field work in India-Nepal border area, and we were trying to see why the road is not being developed. And one of the reasons was that the road development was under the Department of Roads, but there were electric poles that had to be removed by the Department of Electricity. And that internal lack of coordination was what was affecting completion of that road project that was funded by India and Nepal. Now, countries have of course come up with their own plans. Nepal, for example, has a BBIN multi-phase program approach for regional transport and trade facilitation, within which stakeholder engagement is also a very important part, especially with the ground level stakeholders. India also has several working groups as part of ratification of the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement and the Trade Facilitation Action Plan. India is also developing, as is mentioned in this report as well. There's a Gati Shakti Master Plan for Connectivity. There is a unified logistics platform that aims to bring all stakeholders on a single platform for real-time information sharing about logistics, for bringing all stakeholders on board, and and just simplifying the procedures and regulations so that it's time and cost effective. What is also needed at the national level is capacity development, and how will that take place? India what India can do, and here I'm focusing on in the Indian example, what India can do, it has a program for high impact community development projects, small development project as part of its own development assistance to the neighboring countries. Gati Shakti can be extended to the neighborhood because it is that kind of a platform. ULIP can be extended to the neighborhood because it is a real-time information sharing platform that brings stakeholders on board. So the platforms exist. India has been working on creating these best practices. It's a matter of how do you take it to the neighboring countries, and that can be done through our development assistance program. The third level is at the local level, which Indranil, gave many examples of how the impact is being felt at the local level. Laborers are losing jobs, women are not being represented enough, and therefore there is a need to engage the local communities who will be a part of this, and sensitization, capacity building, these, and incentivizing a lot of these initiatives is an important part of this. For example, Indranil mentioned about that women are not seen at these border areas. I mean, it's fine because as a woman, when I do the field work, I feel very isolated because around me are all men working in these areas, and I don't see women being represented well enough. So what is needed to overcome that? We need to break down this problem. It's not just that having more women registered as traders is going to improve it. There is a need to improve digitization of processes so that women can have, women don't have to go to the border centers and submit papers. There is a need to improve public transportation infrastructure because most of these areas are isolated. There is no public transportation for women even to access and go there. There is a need for sensitization of authorities, customs authorities, border security officials to the reality of a woman being present to trade over there. And it's not an unusual phenomenon in India. It's happening at seaports. If you go to the seaports of Chennai or Cochin, there are women traders, there are women customs house agents, for example, who are working very well. It's just taking the best practices from there and implementing it to the realities of the land ports as well. Indranil, you were talking about transloaders, for example, and the job losses it will have once we have this seamless connectivity, cross-border connectivity. We also need to look at it less from a job loss perspective and more from a job transformation perspective, because the idea of these transport corridors is to build an economic corridor. And like I was mentioned, so it's less, I see it as less of job loss and more of the need for capacity building to transform and make these labors part of the new realities of the economy. How can that be done? One of the ways that can be done, I was mentioning India's small development projects in the neighboring countries. India has been doing that very well in Nepal and Bangladesh, even in Afghanistan, for example, where there is capacity building training in different areas and different sectors of handicrafts of others, and inclusive development at that, where they provided empowerment to women and local laborers and other marginalized communities. There are high impact community development projects. This is something that India can do in the neighboring countries, but within India, there are several projects that are not spoken of in detail. For example, there's India-USA cooperation in local community development that needs to be leveraged and taken to the border areas. The US Development Finance Corporation, for example, has been investing in bank CSR projects mainly focused on women traders and capacity building of these marginalized groups. So these different best practices exist. We need to leverage from that. We need to learn from that and implement it in the BBIN perspective as well, because challenges will always remain. I mean, the Bongaon example at the Petrapol-Benapol border, I first went there in 2015, it existed. I read about it in 2012 when I was a student, it existed then. It's not going anywhere, but we need to now discuss what solutions can be implemented, and implementation of BBIN is actually a really good way for that efficient, seamless connectivity going forward in the region. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ria. I think you have put emphasis on a number of issues which are very important. All your 3 points are very well taken. I think the important point that you have made with regard to cross-border, coordination and cooperation, and taking advantage of what India is doing within the country and taking that, forward in terms of helping the other countries, neighboring countries. I think that is very important. in the context of what you have mentioned, Goti Shakti or real-time information sharing platform. I think all these will be important because when we are talking about connectivity, it is cross-border. As I said, it is at the border, it is behind the border and beyond the border. So that coordination is very important. I haven't seen that the lines of credit, which, for example, we are getting from India, a lot of infrastructure is being put in place. But I think what Indranil mentioned about the soft side of it, software side of it, I think that is also becoming very important. And Ria, you have very rightly mentioned about the WTO. I think the WTO trade facilitation agreement is something that also necessitates that we take various steps to facilitate trade across the border. Till now, as these developed countries, we were not asked to comply with those. But once we graduate to non-LDC developing countries like Bangladesh and Nepal, we are slated for graduation in 2026, and Bhutan will be graduating this year. So all the obligations under the trade facilitation agreement will come. And if we don't comply with those, there will be, other countries can take us to the dispute settlement mechanism. And we will be in problem. So I think that when we talk about cross-country coordination, we also have to keep in mind that there are also global obligations that we will have to, meet as we go forward. So thank you for drawing our attention to that global compliance requirements also, which will be coming particularly for the 3 LDCs in this region, Nepal, Bhutan, and Bangladesh. Thank you very much. And now I think we have our final panelist. So we have heard from India, we have heard from Bhutan. I think Nepal is an important stakeholder in this, but Opekha will have only 6 minutes. So sorry, we will have to round it up. So Opekha Shah, Assistant Professor, Department of International Relations and Diplomacy, Tribhuvan University, Nepal.
Thank you so much, sir. Distinguished participants and guests, good afternoon. It is a privilege to be a part of today's event. Mr. Bose's presentation was incredibly insightful, as has the discussion we've had thus far. Hearing the incredible lineup of speakers we've had since the morning has been extremely beneficial to better understanding the BBIN initiative and the untapped potential of the region. The reality is that the progress on the BBIN initiative has been slow. Over time, electricity and water resource management have been added to the mix, but the failure to agree on opening the initially proposed transit routes raises questions about the implementation. The situation highlights the difficulty of regional integration, which requires multi-level interventions ranging from ensuring physical infrastructure, particularly in border areas, reaching an agreement on protocols, which usually entails complex negotiations among all parties, to managing local stakeholders and endorsing local regulations. Countries must constantly engage in two-level game of negotiating with one another while also ensuring a favorable domestic environment for effective implementation. And BBIN member countries face similar integration challenges. Regardless of the slow progress, the BBIN initiative benefits all parties involved, and the initiative is crucial in achieving a balanced growth in the sub-region, making the area more stable amidst growing uncertainty in the world. I would just like to highlight a few points that I believe are going to be crucial moving forward, and which has already been highlighted very well by speakers before me. First, I would just like to emphasize that policies that do not help domestic production, but only increases imports in the name of free trade can create backlash. In Nepal, for example, remittances have increased imports while exports have stagnated due to low competitiveness. Even if cross-border restrictions were significantly reduced or eliminated with the implementation of BBIN, regional businesses' competitiveness would remain a concern. So economic corridors, connectivity, and trade facilitation should allow countries to participate in regional and global value chains. These facilities will be critical for the growth and development of the region's landlocked nations like Nepal. As the manufacturing sectors of India and Bangladesh reach new heights, countries such as Nepal and Bhutan have the opportunity to seize a piece of the manufacturing value chain. Cooperation in this area would be beneficial to all parties, and such opportunities should be encouraged among member states. Nepal also hopes to secure a mechanism for exporting power in the region, and much progress has been made in this regard. Just a few days back, Nepal and India have agreed to increase power trade and build more cross-border transmission lines to scale up bilateral trade of electricity, while also allowing Nepal to export electricity to Bangladesh. So even this should be seen as a win for the BBIN initiative, and we hope that further progress could be made to that end. The second point that I would like to emphasize, and which has been much spoken about already in the presentation, has been about the different stakeholders that need to be taken into account for the initiative's effective and smooth implementation. In the case of Nepal, the truckers and the laborers in the border areas are in fear of losing their jobs. Thus, it is critical to inform project stakeholders of project-related information, particularly issues that may affect them in a timely, understandable, accessible, and appropriate manner and format. It is also necessary to assess the level of stakeholders' interest and support for the project, and to allow stakeholders to view to be considered in project's design and environmental and social performance. Priority should be given to providing project-affected individuals with accessible and inclusive means of raising issues and grievances, as well as allowing the project to respond and to manage such grievances. Right, and the third point that I would like to, again, just touch upon is the public-private partnership that could play an important role in areas where local government is still ineffective. Private interventions may be required in areas like digitization, infrastructure improvement, stakeholder capacity building, and also in identifying and removing specific barriers that slow trade down. Their role in uplifting the manufacturing sector, attracting FDIs, as well as pushing people-to-people connectivity is also going to be crucial. Finally, the respective governments of BBIN countries must prioritize the initiative, while the countries must work within their respective line ministries to ensure collaboration. Preparation for negotiations with other member states will be critical. Proper cross-country mechanisms for conducting regular and timely negotiations could go a long way towards implementing the BBIN initiative. Negotiations provide an opportunity for opposite parties to find a common ground, reduce mistrust, increase faith in diplomacy, and familiarize parties with each other's procedures. And as confidence in the BBIN grouping grows, tougher questions about the sub-region's future can be addressed. Cooperation breeds goodwill, and the BBIN region's success will greatly contribute to the larger picture of connectivity between South Asia and Southeast Asia as well. So I think I would just like to conclude here, and I would just like to congratulate CUTS for their phenomenal work in promoting BBIN initiative and for hosting this amazing event today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Apika. I think your brief but very succinct observations are very important. You have very rightly mentioned that there will be some losers, maybe some truckers loading, unloading, people, but we will have to look at the broader picture. The point that you have made about developing the regional and global value chains and production networks, taking advantage of the connectivities. There, if we can do that in an inclusive manner, then those who will be negatively impacted, we can also create new opportunities for them. We will not be able to do this type of implement these type of initiatives without some people losing out, but and there may be friction and unemployment as well. But if we can design it in a more inclusive manner, then we can create new opportunities for them also. So skills upgrading, preparing those people who will be negatively impacted, I think that is what is very important, and that's why this type of granular study is very important. And your point about public-private partnership, obviously, that's very important. One point that struck me from your intervention with regard to, when I was doing a work 25-30 years back, and I went to the Benapol border of Bangladesh, and the customs official was making the point that why should we facilitate trade with India, because we import, at that time we imported $5 billion and exported $500 million. So he was making them, why should all these initiatives will be import facilitation? So why should we go for import facilitation? I was making the point that even if we have import facilitation, it's good for the consumers. They can get a cheap price. It's good for the, my export-oriented industry. They can get, Indian inputs for the ready-made garments if they can import it at a lower transport cost. So I think that that broader vision about what really development is, and that is also something that this work through its awareness raising, interventions and suggestions will be able to bring about on board. I think that is also very important. There are many misconceptions also over there. Thank you very much, Apekha. I think Bipul, we have some few minutes, maybe 7-8 minutes for any questions or comments. Do we have?
Yes, sir. Yes, please.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So, dear audience, we have had the benefit of an excellent, session, and there may be some, opinion, comments, suggestions that you would like to share. So I would like to open the floor. Please be brief, make your point in 1 minute. And if there is a point of clarification to one of our panelists or to Indranil, we can also do that. But we will have to finish it in 10 minutes, I think. Okay. Please introduce yourself, and if you have any question, please, because I have difficulty, locating. Someone must help me. Is there anyone?
Hello.
Hello. Yes.
I am Mihir Bhosle. I'm a assistant policy analyst with CUTS International.
Thank you.
Very enlightening comments and very good discussion. But I had a question, also an area of concern to highlight, which I think wasn't discussed in the political economy challenges, is the understanding of security, the different perceptions of security, which actually hamper connectivity and which hamper trade economy. So, for example, we were just discussing outside during the session or after the first session also, how there is a different understanding between the border security agencies between Bangladesh and India. So for a lack of understanding between the border security agencies, that becomes a barrier to trade. So thoughts of panelists on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bhosle. I think you have opened up another line of concern, which is very important, particularly if we look at Bangladesh-India border. That remains an issue. Let me put it that way. Okay. Any other? Okay. If not, would anyone amongst our panelists, would like to come and share view with regard to what Mr. Bhosle has said with as regards the perceptions of security or misperceptions of security. Anyone?
If I may, Chair.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Mihir, I mean, that's a very pertinent point that you bring up, Mihir, because if you see what India has been doing with the cross-border connectivity or with other countries as well, you see security as one of the main focus areas, because as much as we say we want seamless connectivity, it's more about regulating our border areas than actually connecting, than opening it up for connectivity. Because insurgent movements in the BBIN region, drug trafficking remains it remains a key concern in that area. What is needed, and of course at the government to government level there has to be coordination on that, but also at the ground level, something that we see is happening at Atari at the moment has to happen in the BBIN region as well, as local meetings between border security agencies to exchange information on what is happening. Because one level can be done at the government, like I was saying in my presentation, national level meetings can be done to address some of these issues, but the ground level realities. For example, at Petrapol, one of the issues is drug trafficking, and they come in the cavities of cows, for example, who are just crossing the border. It's the local border agencies who are aware of these issues and who can address these issues at that level without going back to the New Delhi or Dhaka and then waiting for a response from them. So I think there has to be a robust mechanism developed specially for that.
Yeah. Okay. Anyone
Sir,
else?
if I may just add
Yeah.
to that,
Please.
in fact, CUTS has come up with an extensive study on border huts. And one of our findings in the border hut study was that border huts lessen informal trade to an extent. It has been empirically evidenced. So it is through measures like these that because it is obviously, as Mihir rightly pointed out, is an important concern, and it overlaps with various other issues like gender inclusivity. So I'm sure with time, this will also get addressed at the policy level.
Thank you. Anyone else? No, if not, you are right, Indranil. For me, if you ask me, security issues are also economic issues. If we can address some of the deprivations in the border region, to that extent, this smuggling and drug trafficking, can also be curtailed. I think this is sometimes and oftentimes originates from poverty, unemployment. So if through better coordination, we can have you can develop the value chains and various economic activities. To that extent, we can also address at least part of it. Of course, there are issues of insurgency, etc. I remember that one of the major issues which came up when we discussed about transit connectivity between western part of India and northeast part through Bangladesh. One of the major concerns was insurgency, etc., etc. So those issues remain a concern, and through coordination between border security forces, I think we are being able to tackle a large part of it, but still there are many concerns, border killings, etc. So some of these can be, I think, addressed if we can have more frequent, coordination between, for example, in our borders, the border security forces, between the border security forces. But at the end of the day, the discussions that we had, obviously, the political economy factors are critically important also to address these type of concerns as well. Many years back, I read in Reader's Digest that if goods don't cross borders, troops will. So I think that if we have more trade, more investment, more cross-border, movement of people, to that extent, we can also, address these type of security concerns as well. What from Indranil's presentation and our panelist discussion emerged is that we talk about leave no one behind when we talk about, for example, the Sustainable Development Goals. And if we want to have connectivity that also leaves no one behind, it will have to have a human face, as we have discussed. So from that perspective, I think going into the granularity of it, as Indranil has rightly mentioned, is what is the distinctive feature of this particular project. And the recommendations that came up from Indranil's presentation and also our panelists' interventions is that we will have to look at it from ground up, as one of our discussants have rightly mentioned. And if that be the case, then at every nodal point, there are specificities of problems, contexts, difficulties, solutions. And if we can do that and not look at it as a, from a panoramic view, oftentimes the problems originate from there. We don't go into the granular and then we want to have one size fits all, and then all the problems start from there. So if we can, because at every point you will have specific solutions. At some point it will be the gender issues, at some point it will be the security issues, and at some point it will be cross-border coordination issues, and we'll have to go down there and do that. I remember that when I was doing a research, and I found out that many Bangladeshi exporters, female exporters, who are exporting to India, I found out that the mortality rate among the exporters, meaning that you export once and then you stop. And I found out that that is not the case with male exporters. And I looked into it, and they said that, well, there is, for example, there is no toilet facilities at the border. So I have a lot of difficulty in terms of dealing with my Indian partners who are importing from Bangladesh. Simple, you see. And when we raised the issue with our customs, etc., it didn't even come to their mind that toilet can be an issue for a women trader, you see. So I think that we'll have to go deeper into the issues, and we are very grateful that CARTS, Unnayan Samunnoy, and the other partners from Nepal, and support from the UK aid, I think is just not a project of CARTS. It will bring benefit to all of us. And with those words, once again, thanking the organizers for inviting me to. I have learned a lot from Indranil's presentation, and also from the interventions from our panelists. And thank you very much. I think, I don't know whether you have a tea break or not. We are all set for the final session. Thank you very much.
So without any further delay, we are discussing a very interesting and very important topic, which is the future connectivity and trade opportunities in the BBIN sub-region. This has many facets. I'm sure deliberations throughout the day have looked at a number of those issues, but what we will focus on in this particular session is essentially the linkage between connectivity, supply chains, and the economic opportunities that are associated with making this connectivity available. Connectivity, of course, is a broad term. It doesn't just limit itself to the physical infrastructure. It extends itself to two other key aspects. One is the logistical services that will actually use that infrastructure, so the availability and the quality of those services, but also there is a huge interface with the regulatory issues, because we have borders involved. Borders that not only prevent, or that's the wrong word to use, not only regulate the movement of goods across borders, but also regulates what kind of transport connectivity you would have. So, vehicles and conveyances moving across borders and their regulations. So it's a complicated and interesting topic, and we have a very, very interesting panel here with us. We have Taniguchi Hajime. Please, forgive me if I am getting the pronunciation not exactly correct. Who's senior representative from JICA. As we all know that JICA is very closely involved in the infrastructure aspect in this, in our country as a whole, in the region as a whole, but specifically in the Northeast, it is looking at several projects. So very glad to have you, sir. We have here with us Mikiko Tanaka from UNESCAP, and as you all know, UNESCAP has been playing a stellar role in the pushing this agenda of regional connectivity, of regional integration. So again, so happy to have you here with us. We have Mr. Shomo Chattopadhyay from Asian Development Bank, who's been working very closely, and as we know that ADB has been taking the lead in a lot of the BBIN related initiatives as well as in the SASEC, and the SASEC master plan is something that the ADB has worked very closely with. So very happy to have you here, sir. And we have here with us Mitali joining us online from, I believe, in the Northeast, from a state which has a lot at stake from this regional connectivity. So Mitali is from the World Bank, and we know that World Bank is also working very, very closely on these issues in a number of areas. So with that brief introduction, Mitali, I know you have a very sharp constraint, so why don't you go first with everybody's permission, and but hard stop at 8 minutes, which I shall let you know, and then 2 minutes after that maximum. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you. I think, first of all, I just want to say that today is a personal achievement for me to be here and sharing the dais with the, Soumya sir and Preetham sir, both of whom have been my mentors for the last, few years when I was in ADB. And today, to be working with the World Bank is also a privilege, because at the World Bank, we are now starting a new initiative. And this new initiative is called Accelerating Transport and Trade Connectivity in Eastern South Asia. And for ease of reference, it's called ACCESS. And the ACCESS program is actually a two-faceted program, and I'd really like to talk about it a little more today. But I think before I really go into what is ACCESS, the first thing I'd like to talk about is why did we actually think about ACCESS and why was ACCESS necessitated? I think the first motivation really stands in the Connecting to Thrive report, which was co-authored by Charles Konaka and Matthias. And it's a very oft-cited report which shows us that intra-BBIN trade continues to be far below potential. I mean, if we look at the actual numbers, we can see that intra-BBIN trade in 2005 stood at about $3 billion. And by 2019, it had grown to 18 billion. And yet it is almost 50 to 60% below potential, pretty much across all of the BBIN countries. And then if we look at the Northeast, it is obviously the one region within India which stands to benefit the most from intra-BBIN trade, because today I'm sitting in Mizoram. And since morning at this G20, B20 meeting, all we've heard is that the Mizoram is bordering Bangladesh, Mizoram is bordering Meghalaya, and Mizoram is bordering Myanmar, and Mizoram is bordering, is trying to get better connectivity into mainland India, into the rest of India, and into the BBIN countries. So I think, it is fairly evident that there is a need for this agenda to become mainstream. Now, the second reason why we thought of ACCESS and why we thought of regional connectivity to be the key anchor was about investment potential. At the end of the day, a lot of the private investors that I've been interacting with all day here, and of course through our research over the last few years, and by our, I don't just mean the World Bank, I mean all of the organizations that we are represented here, we keep hearing the refrain about the Siliguri corridor. We keep hearing the refrain about, the particular route from the Northeast to the rest of India, and also from the Northeast to BBIN countries being very constrained. But it's not only the physical connectivity, as Preetham sir very rightly said. One of the other concerns that all of the investors are voicing is about digital connectivity. And they are emphasizing the fact that without digital connectivity, they are not going to be able to invest in the Northeast. So there are now two twin planks of connectivity, the physical connectivity plank and the digital connectivity plank. And under the Access program at the World Bank, we are thinking about both the planks. We are thinking definitely much more about the physical connectivity, but we are cooperating with our digital development unit to also think about coming up with a digital connectivity program for the Northeast. Now, some of the areas that are being covered under the Access program. Now, the Access program is a multi-phase, programmatic approach, or an MPA is what we call it. And the financing envelope stands at about 1.2 billion. In the first phase, which is going to be from 2022 to 29, the financing is primarily going towards Bangladesh and Nepal. And within Bangladesh and Nepal, it's mainly financing 2 to 3 land ports in each of the countries. Benapole, of course, is one of them. And, and there are others as well. And it is planned that in phase 2, Bhutan will be receiving about $100 million. At this point in time, only that much has been negotiated. And this is planned again for regional connectivity improvements. But at the end of the day, outside of the IDA window, because a lot of this funding in the Access program is coming from the IDA window, which is essentially a grant window, India would not qualify for that financing. And therefore, for the Northeast region, we are thinking about more loan financing, more traditional sovereign type of financing. And that will depend a little bit upon how the investments in the other Northeastern states play out and how the investments play out in Bangladesh, Nepal, and Bhutan. But we are engaged in talks in all 4 countries continuously, and particularly even at the state level in the Northeast. One thing that we did very recently was to have a workshop in Singapore, and we actually took some of the senior representatives from the land ports authorities and from customs for their interactions in Singapore. And what we felt was that this exposure visit actually sparked a lot of conversations, again, on the 2 planks that I mentioned, digitization and physical connectivity. Because what was sort of realized through these exposure visits, especially the exposure visit at the land port, connecting Singapore and Malaysia, was at the Tuas checkpoint, essentially, was that we cannot think about developing a lot of our land port infrastructure without looking at digitization as an important facilitator. And I think that is, one of the main conclusions and the main takeaways that we all took from that each of the BBIN country representatives took from that. And we will be integrating that into a lot of our advisory work under the Access program and also under the Access loan support systems. Aside from this, we also had a recent workshop in Guwahati, and very thankful to CUTS for some of the support that was extended for that conference. And at the conference, we were able to facilitate conversations between the government of Assam, senior officials from the government of Assam, and Chief Minister's office, as well as the Land Ports Authority, Ministry of Commerce, and other senior members of the government of India. We do hope to be doing a lot more of this facilitation, particularly in the Northeast. And we are also thankful to FCDO and UNSCAP for their participation in the Guwahati conference. And we are really hoping that we can be part of a lot more of these conversations when they're happening in other states as well within the Northeast. But the Northeast does remain a big focus area under the Access program. And I think with that, I can conclude, but open to any questions as well, because I am participating in some of the events here. But the basic, 2 or 3 key takeaways that I have from, the work that I've been doing personally over the last quarter in the region is that first, we really need to work on facilitating conversations between the BBIN countries. We really need to help building some of the bridges We really need to facilitate a lot of the conversations between the government officials and also between government and private sector, because that's where a lot of the investment is coming from. The second aspect that I feel is very critical is integrating digital solutions into a lot of our physical infrastructure investments, and also enhancing digital development over and above our planned physical investments. So I think that's a very key takeaway that's coming out. And the third is that, we really need to also increase the stakeholder interactions between government of India and the state governments within India, because that is also an area of, disconnect in some way. And most importantly, I think the one thing that I haven't yet focused on in my remarks, and probably I'll conclude with, is the motor vehicles agreement. I think at the end of the day, if we are trying to, speed up trade facilitation, the motor vehicles agreement is a key critical component of that. And of course, we'll look to Soumya, who will obviously be able to speak much more on that, on how we can really play a better role and a more productive role in operationalizing. And, through the Access program, we now have an instrument to be able to support MVA operationalization, and, happy to cooperate with the other partners on this. So over to you, Preetham sir.
Thank you, Mitali. That was very, very efficient. I mean, if the connectivity and efficiency is a yardstick, I think in terms of the amount of time you have budgeted for yourself, you've already done a stellar job. Thanks for that. 9 minutes. I think
Thank you.
excellent points and critical points are made. Before I invite Taniguchi-san to come in, I would just like to also mention, for the benefit of this audience, that a lot of these plans, for all the participants here and all the organizations represented over here, we have a lot of initiatives going on from different organizations. There's also a need to perhaps look at, some kind of methodology by which these could be synchronized. The reason I say this, and I've said this in many other forums, that one of the world's most studied land port in the world is the Benapole-Petrapole land port. The first report came out by a gentleman called Lakshmanan in the World Bank in 2003, which identified this to be the most inefficient land port in the world. We are now 20 years, 2 decades since that report came out, and we are still analyzing why that land port is inefficient. So that, begs to question perhaps some of the thinking. I'm not questioning, but yes.
Preetham sir, sorry to interject, but I'm actually going to Benapole on Sunday, and it is not to study the efficiency, but to study as the inefficiency, but the e-Suvidha portal. And after that, we'll have a different story of Benapole, and actually of its efficiency rather than inefficiency.
Hope so. I look forward to that report. But over to you, Taniguchi-san. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. This is Taniguchi from JICA India office, and I'm senior representative, overseeing transport sector. So let me introduce our activities, and then some activities in Northeast regions together with relevant project in similar, the countries. So starting from the first page. So as you may know, would you kindly please? Yes. Just brief introduction of our organization. JICA is the bilateral donor agencies, and then this is the sole administrative body of the Japanese government, which implement the ODA activities. Then we have the several facilities, i.e. the grant. This is consists of 2 things: technical cooperation grant aid, then ODA loans. And then in India, our focus has been much on the ODA loans. But nowadays, we are also putting the focus on the private sector investment finance as well, together with the other organizations. Then this is a brief sketch of our operation in India by numbers. So right upside, this is a, no, could you back? Yes. Each year we are committing or disbursing the in Japanese yen term 300 billion. So it's like 180 billion INR for each year, new commitment, and then the disbursement. And then the left, the pie chart shows the green one in the left pie chart. This stands for the transport sector. Then transport sector divided into the DFC. DFC is a dedicated freight corridor from Delhi to the Mumbai. Then the road still accounts for the 15%. So it's quite large shares. Then also we are doing now the high-speed railway from Ahmedabad to Mumbai. Then also we are pretty much focused on the metro here in Delhi or other 5 big cities. And then now we are expanding the some tier 2 cities like Patna. Yes. Then next, please. Then here, Japan or JICA putting the great effort to the development of the Northeast India as one very important areas of our corporations. The 2 reasons behind. One is the geographical factors. As the other speakers or participants explained already, the Northeast region is, as you can see, the very, very important areas in terms of the geography. And then the Indian government also putting the great effort for this area's development. We can call it India's Act East policy. Then from Japan side, we have like a FOIP concept, free and open Indo-Pacific concept. So this area is very much the important areas where the Indian government from the Act East policy and the Japanese government from FOIP concept converge together. So this is very, very important areas. And then from the viewpoint of development factors, yes, since this is landlocked, then the connectivity is very limited. So the productivity of this region is still constraints. So our development focus very much on the these areas. The next, please. Yes, this is the what we are doing now. This is the project which we are financing. Then in terms of the road project, we are now having the 6 projects. It started in 2015 in Meghalaya and then the Mizoram areas. And then also we are now preparing the new project in this region as well, i.e. the from some the Assam and or Meghalaya state. These projects basically contribute to the improvement of interstate connectivity within India, and also the international connectivity within these regions. So we will keep this activity onwards as well. Thank you. Next, please. Yes, this is kind of like the mapping chart. Which organization or which government state, the supporting which areas of the infrastructure in these regions. Then one thing I'd like to focus here is our cooperation is not only doing inside of India, but also the neighboring countries like Nepal or the Bangladesh. Especially for Bangladesh, we are supporting the Matabari port or Matabari port area, the area for, how can I say, commercial activities as well. So in, 10 years or in 20 years, the landscape of this area would be much different from the current, the perspectives. So when we consider the new, corporations, we always thinking about the in 10 years or in 20 years for these regions. Okay, next, please. Yes, this is the things we learned from our, ongoing activities. First, as the World Bank participants explains, coordination across, the stakeholders is very important. Because, for example, we are now doing the 6 transport sector projects. And then when we start or when we implement the project, like a body of the, how can I say, budgeting or contract agreement or contract management and the implementation and then land acquisition, they are all different. So when we, start the project, the coordination is very important. So before we start the implementation, we assume what kind of, the organizational system would be strengthened. So that the bottlenecks or some challenges would be mitigated even before the start of the project. This is the first thing. Also, when we plan the the transport network, I think somebody's already mentioned the coordination between the countries. I mean, between governments is also important because we are now implementing some projects, but beyond the border, we don't have the much coordinations. So this is very important. Then next one is the land acquisitions. Probably ADB participants and then World Bank participants agree the land acquisition in Northeast region is very challenging because land title, the system is much different from the mainland. So land acquisition is very, the important aspect of project implementation. Then also the slope protection measures. We are now doing the technical cooperations to improve the measures for slope protections. Actually, 1 week before, I went to the Meghalaya, and then we saw the many, landslide, taking place. And then this gave the impact of the very, delay of the transport. And then also, in addition to the slope protections, how can I say, overloaded truck or vehicles, destroy in a sense of the transport. Like lots of cements or lots of the rocks, I mean, and the slope area of the road, then bumps, then this combination, creates a huge problem. So the maintenance and then also the measures for slope protection is very important for smooth, transportation, activities. Next, please. Next. Okay, this is the last page. So this is just the summary of my presentation. So we need to continue the implement step by step in order to realize the transport network improvement. And then when we do this, we need to go beyond we look at the beyond the borders as you already agreed. Then also now we are thinking about the not only for hard infrastructure development but also the soft improvement including the technical cooperation, such as the slope protection measures, but also now we are thinking about the new, cooperation for, how can I say, trade facilitations or the border control management, these things, so that the we would like to coordinate more with other stakeholders. Lastly, I just would like to mention one more things. Now we are doing the some activities in terms of the energy trade facilitations from Nepal produce the energy utilizing by their lands. Then this will transport to India and also Bangladesh. We are now start doing such activities. So not only for transport sector, but also the energy sector, we will try to, connect these areas for more efficiencies. Thank you very much for your attention. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think this is really a fantastic panel because exactly 10 minutes.
Okay.
So this is fantastic. So I think very, very, very important points made by you. And I think one thing that really, it's very interesting point that two points that you made is also the coordination between the countries, because transport is definitely a network, and the network effect will not be realized if there is. And the second one is, I think, the big issue that is being discussed in many forums, including G20, on the sustainability aspect of transport infrastructure, which is where the slope management comes in, and also the regulatory aspect of that. Especially when we discuss the BBIN motor vehicles agreement, you have different regulations for management of vehicles, different rules that apply, different enforcement mechanisms, and that goes back to the point that Mitali was making. How do we leverage digital technology to improve the transparency and the enforcement capacity of such regulations? So with that, over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Katz, for having ESCAP in the panel. And really, this is a very educational for me, relatively new in this area. It was really, really interesting to hear all the prior presentations. There were 3 questions that were, proposed for this session, but I think the first one about what are the emerging investment opportunities, I think the previous speakers have really comprehensively listed that out, so I don't have anything new to add, so I'm going to skip that one. And so I'll just address a few, the second and third, perhaps. And again, I realize I'm really speaking to experts and people who have been working on this for ages, so please bear with me, as I'm sure there's a lot that I say that you will think that, oh, I know that already, or, I've heard that already. Please, humbly, let me maybe share a few observations or thoughts. And then on the third question around the partners, what's our role? I'll just explain a little bit of what ESCAP is doing and planning to do. So it goes without saying, BBIN is a very diverse sub-region, and you have 4 countries that are interdependent economically, environmentally, and to some extent social-culturally, perhaps. You have Bhutan, Bangladesh, Nepal that are currently LDCs, but graduating in the next 4 years, and that brings implications for trade and development assistance, and they're planning for that. And you have India now, which is the 5th largest economy that is rapidly approaching 3rd place in the world. And then you have this particular Northeast region that is, developing to catch up to that level. And if you look at intra BBIN connectivity and trade, everybody is saying, and I would agree that, there's a potential, to become a major driver for economic development for all 4 countries. But the extent to which stakeholders in the 4 countries and the immediate border areas share this vision and the way forward is not evident, and perhaps not to be taken for granted. I think that's where part of the challenge is. Many refer to the political economy and the undercurrents that influence what works and what doesn't. But even if you look at the governance systems, the formal institutions, just the diversity of governance systems complicates implementation and cooperation across the BBIN countries and the localities. So India has the largest number of actors and decision-making centers, from union ministries and agencies, 7 state governments and administrations, to various local and tribal governance systems. Bangladesh is a parliamentary democracy and Bhutan is a constitutional monarchy, but both countries are governed by a central government with subnational administrative structures. Nepal is rolling out a federal system as we speak. So in this context, it's only natural or totally understandable that there are many challenges in human and institutional dimensions, the soft part. And from an initial findings from an ongoing study, ESCAP is undertaking with CUTS, surprise, point to a number of soft barriers to connectivity. So I'd just like to highlight a few of those. And again, you will say, I know this, but anyway. So in India alone, there are divergent and incoherent policies and procedures between central level line ministries, between central and state governments, and among state governments. Divergent or conflicting interests between different levels of governments and local communities have led to protests that delay the implementation of projects. Improving connectivity across international borders brings in another layer of coordination and coherence challenges. For example, customs software systems used by India and Bangladesh border posts are not compatible, or even just differences in working days and working hours between both sides of the border are just another bottleneck for the passage of goods. We should also recognize examples of good cooperation, such as this trade and transport facilitation between India and Bangladesh during the COVID-19 crisis. Another interesting example is the border trade agreement between India and Myanmar that included provisions for barter trade to help local communities on both sides of the border. This provision was suspended by the Reserve Bank of India in 2015, and local trade has decreased since. But it's interesting to see these kinds of different examples that, fit local context. So improving connectivity requires considerable coordination between various ministries and departments responsible for different aspects of trade and transport facilitation at national and sub-regional levels. It requires understanding and consideration of sensitivities among stakeholders over unlevel playing fields, non-reciprocal benefits, asymmetry of information, and exclusion, perceived or real. Continuous multi-stakeholder engagement and consultations are essential to align interest, goals, and approach, as many have spoken already. The last point I wanted to raise on this human dimension is that the economies of the BBIN sub-region, including India's Northeast region, are predominantly dependent on agrarian and primary resources-based sectors with low levels of domestic value addition. It is important that domestic production move up the value chain, achieve greater levels of product sophistication, and scaled up production through greater market access. A broader economic corridor approach is needed rather than a narrow transport-focused corridor approach. And that would require, of course, integrated approach to policymaking and interventions as well across production, marketing, transport, and trade. So that's just a summary of the points on question 2. So now I'd like to explain a little bit what ESCAP has been doing and what we would like to do, and seek your also feedback as well. So for those who don't know ESCAP, it's one of the 5 regional commissions of the United Nations and is mandated to promote cooperation amongst 53 member states and 9 associate members in the Asia-Pacific region in pursuit of solutions for sustainable development challenges. The ESCAP Secretariat that I am part of supports member states in the region by generating action-oriented knowledge and by providing technical assistance and capacity building services in support of national development objectives, regional agreements, and the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. ESCAP promotes an integrated multimodal transport network for Asia with the Asian highways, Trans-Asian railways, and dry ports networks as its components. The intergovernmental agreements on the Asia highways, Trans-Asian railways, and dry port networks together constitute a pan-Asian multimodal connectivity work. The Asian Highways Agreement came into effect in 2005, the Trans-Asian Railways Agreement in 2009, and Dry Ports Agreement in 2016. All BBIN countries have signed the Asia Highway Agreement, and all save Bhutan signed the other two agreements. Some of the key corridors in BBIN, such as the road rail corridors linking Bhutan, Nepal, Northeast India with ports in Bangladesh, are an integral part of this network. Implementation of the regional multimodal transport network is facilitated by specific regional frameworks developed for each component, containing models, best practices, and operational guidelines. An example is the regional framework for development, design, planning, and operation of dry ports, which lays out all the technical specifications and modalities for building and operating an ideal inland transshipment terminal. Similar frameworks have also been developed for rail and road transport. These frameworks have been developed in consultation with member states, incorporating ideas and plans from ideal transport models, which exist already in the Asia-Pacific region. BBIN countries are beneficiaries of ESCAP's capacity building support. As participants of working groups constituted under these agreements, they have access to opportunities for knowledge sharing and intergovernmental cooperation. The resources and implementation frameworks developed over the years for road and rail transport include infrastructural quality specifications, operational standards and protocols, digital cargo clearance mechanisms, and can be availed for developing their sub-regional corridors. Another related priority is modernizing trade and transport procedures. The framework agreement on facilitation of cross-border paperless trade in Asia and Pacific is now a flagship program of ESCAP, enabling the transition of cross-border freight transport procedures to a fully digitalized environment through a comprehensive resource pool called UNNEXT. So last point is that given the specific context of BBIN sub-region, and of course the time it takes for regional frameworks to actually materialize on the ground, ESCAP has recently initiated scoping studies with the objective of identifying some cross-border transport, ICT, and energy connectivity initiatives that can be considered as lower-hanging fruits and to deepen the understanding of the soft institutional human dynamics and bottlenecks. CUTS is carrying out a scoping study on transport and ICT connectivity. These scoping studies draw from an abundant array of existing research and literature. We are also consulting various stakeholders and partners to update the information, and they include local and national level decision makers, financiers, investors, business operators, interest groups, local communities, women and men, multilateral development banks, civil society organizations, etc. We would like to share and reflect on the findings and recommendations of these studies with stakeholders and partners to jointly find ways to remove bottlenecks and optimize existing and planned investments towards better cooperation and connectivity. Thank you.
And it's really a lucky moderator which gets such a fantastic panel. Exactly 10 minutes. I don't know how this is happening. It's incredible. So I think just I'll take 1 minute to highlight some of the key points that was made by you, Mikiko-san. That this was critical points. One is on the the UNESCAP model law and facilitation of paperless trade, which is a fantastic instrument. It's a great model law. And in BBIN, there are several applications of that, which probably with UNEXT framework. I know Jan Duval is working very hard on this area. So that's one area. The other one, I think, where I would also like Mr. Chattopadhyay to focus on a very critical point, that not to treat these projects as transport projects, but as economic corridors. That's so. With that, can I request Mr. Chattopadhyay to please make your intervention? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pritam, and thank you, CUTS, for organizing this seminar. It's very, very meaningful. And when we are doing this, I think this sub-region, the BBIN sub-region, it badly needs this kind of workshop and planning for future. Here, 3 questions have been given, and my previous speakers, they have already covered a lot of grounds on this. But still, I would like to focus on some of the aspects of these 3 questions, and also like to highlight what ADB is already doing. So if I may request just to project the SASEC corridor. So ADB is supporting the 7 countries of South Asia and Southeast Asia through a project-based program. It's called SASEC program, South Asia Sub-Regional Economic Cooperation. And here, the partner countries are Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal, Myanmar, Maldives, and Sri Lanka. So if you see this map, what we have done when we talk about the emerging investment opportunities in transport sector. So under this SASEC framework, we have developed this SASEC corridor. So 6 SASEC corridors we have identified, but within that, the SASEC corridor 6 goes towards Sri Lanka, so it may not be relevant for the BBIN sub-region. But if you see the other corridors, the basic purpose of these corridors, one is to provide additional port connectivity to the landlocked countries of Nepal and Bhutan. So currently Nepal and Bhutan, Bhutan has access to Kolkata and Haldia port through the bilateral arrangement between India and Bhutan. And also Nepal has this bilateral arrangement. They can access, apart from Kolkata Haldia, they can also access Vizag port. And also the second thrust area is how to develop South Asia to Southeast Asia connectivity. So if you see on the right-hand side, the SASEC corridor, which is connecting South Asia to Southeast Asia through Myanmar. And it is following the trilateral highway route from northeast to Myanmar. And here there is a lot of synergy between what JICA is already doing in the northeastern region and what ADB is doing. And in fact, we had a couple of rounds of discussion, but here, what are the opportunities? Now, if we talk about opportunities, then we need to focus on some of the missing links or some of the areas where we need to put more thrust. So when we talk about the landlocked countries, now for landlocked countries, there are international rules that landlocked countries need to be given access to the ports. So that's how Nepal and Bhutan, they get access. But the challenge, the similar challenge is existing for the northeastern region of India. But since they are part of India, we cannot think separately for the Northeast. So that's the major constraint for the northeastern region. And that's how the northeastern region, the transporter has to cover almost 1,500 kilometers to cross the Siliguri corridor, what Mitali has already mentioned about in her presentation, that 1,500 kilometers to reach to the nearest port in Kolkata and Haldia. Whereas if there is good bilateral cooperation between India and Bangladesh, and if all the protocols, including the BBIN MVA, they get implemented, then northeastern region can get very good access to the Chattogram port. And the nearest point of northeast, that is Sabroom, where the integrated check post is coming up by Land Port Authority of India, that distance is about say 75 to 80 kilometers from Sabroom to Chattogram port. But what is the bottleneck? Now, the bridge has already been established. The ICP is getting developed, but the missing link is the border point, that is Ramgarh, to the highway which is connecting Dhaka to Comilla to Chattogram. So that missing link, unless and until that missing link is developed, and for that, we understand that the Ministry of External Affairs of Government of India, they have given a line of credit to Government of Bangladesh, but still that project is lagging. So these kind of missing links, if they are bridged, then of course there will be smooth connectivity in terms of infrastructure development, because both the things, what JICA, in JICA's presentation and UNESCAP's presentation, it was highlighted that both hard and soft infrastructure, they should go hand in hand. Yes, But here, when we are talking about, first, we are talking about this infrastructure development, the hard infrastructure. These missing links need to be bridged. Second missing link, what is very, very important, is the railway connectivity from northeast to Chattogram port, and also from the northeast to rest of India through Bangladesh. So if you see this map, and here we can't see the river Padma, but Padma River is the dividing line in Bangladesh. So right of Padma, that is east of Padma, almost all the railway connectivity are meter gauge. And on the west of Padma, the railway connectivity is broad gauge. So how to upgrade those meter gauge connectivity into dual gauge or to broad gauge, that will be the first and foremost focus of all the bilateral and multilateral donor agencies and also the national governments, to have this kind of a seamless connectivity across the border. And then only this kind of connectivity where the goods from and to northeast region to rest of India and northeast region to the nearest port, that will be passed on very smoothly. So that is the hardware component. Now, when we talk about the beyond the hardware component, the software component, and there in the software component in ADB, we follow a strategic framework we call SASEC Trade Facilitation Strategic Framework. And it was developed sometimes in 2014, and we are still following that. And in that, there are 5 priority areas. One is the customs modernization and harmonization. Second is standards and conformity assessment strengthening. Third is cross-border facilities improvement. Fourth is through transport facilitation, where comes BBIN MVA. And 5 is the institution and capacity building. So what UNESCAP has also mentioned that, and they are doing it quite well, that customs modernization and harmonization, paperless trade. Here, what we are supporting these countries to develop their national single window and how to harmonize their national single window with India's national single window. So in that context, if we see that when we talk about the border points, most of the border points in the Northeast, although on paper they are integrated to the ICE gate, but many of them, they still don't have that EDI facility, that is that electronic data interchange. That facility is still missing. And their critical aspect is that many of these border points, they don't have credible or regular internet facility. So when Mitali talked about the digital importance of the digital connectivity, that is a very important aspect, that to connect these border points with India and also with Bangladesh, their customs mainframe through digital network. And that is a very, very important aspect, that how fast and how soon these border points can be integrated with the mainframe of India's and Bangladesh's customs network. Now, second point, when we come to the major issues and challenge constraining the implementation of infrastructure, there recently we concluded one feasibility study on the development of Northeast Economic Corridor. And in that Northeast Economic Corridor, what we focused on 3 aspects of connectivity: connectivity within the Northeast, connectivity between Northeast and the neighboring countries, and connectivity from Northeast to rest of India through Bangladesh. And when we talk about the connectivity, it is multimodal connectivity, rail, road, inland waterways, and also air connectivity. So here also, these things are equally important, because when you talk about, say, inland waterways connectivity or railway connectivity or road connectivity, we need to focus on the multimodal connectivity, that what would be the best possible multimodal combinations for the evacuation of goods or carrying the goods from this region to the nearest gateway ports, because that will be very, very important aspects. And when we talk about this, then one aspect becomes very, very important, that is the position of Bangladesh. Because what my previous speaker from UNESCAP rightly pointed out, that Bangladesh is fast approaching the graduation status out of the LDC. And when they will graduate out of the LDC, then they will lose some of the benefits that they are now enjoying in developed countries market in European Union or in the US. Then to make their products still more competitive, they will have to find more efficient transport and logistics routes. And that has to be combined with both hardware and software infrastructure. That one, the diversification of product will be there, because as of now, 80% of their export earning comes from garments or textile. Yeah. So, and now they will have to find more opportunities for investment, and therefore their goods will have to become more competitive, and they need more evacuation route. Now, JICA is developing this Matarbari port below Chattogram port, and which will be a deep sea port. But how to connect Matarbari from rest of Bangladesh? That will be a critical aspect. And there, the railway projects, which is coming up with ADB support to connect to Cox's Bazar. From there, there can be a spur to Matarbari. But beyond Matarbari and Chattogram, they will also have to think about reaching to the nearest Indian ports. And for that, Indian Customs has already provided some enabling provisions to allow Bangladeshi goods to reach to Indian ports. And there, in this sub-region, a very good example is that how to facilitate this kind of movement is the use of electronic cargo tracking system, where we have already done a pilot with support of both the countries, India and Nepal. And now it's a regular service between Vizag and Birganj Raksol, the railway ECTS-based railway movement. So all these things need to be thought of, and we are also actively, supporting the use of ECTS in case of BBIN MVA. And the positive thing is that already, if you see the India-Bangladesh protocol for using Chattogram and Mongla port, there Bangladesh has already accepted the use of ECTS for future movement. So that is a very positive aspect, and we hope that in future for multimodal connectivity movement, these things will be utilized. Third aspect, if I could just take 1 or 2 more minutes, that suboptimal capacity of the BBIN countries in project planning and implementation. Already JICA speaker has already mentioned that how challenging is it and what are the specific role. So specific role is that we need to think or customize some of these things to provide more support to these lagging or to this backward region. And from ADB, what we have done, we have introduced a new instrument called Project Readiness Financing Facility for the Northeastern states, where we are supporting them through small loans of ranging from, say, 1.5 million to 2.5 to 3 million US dollars to prepare the project, to support them to prepare the project, and also to develop capacity of their planning and implementation agencies. So already we have about 8 PRFs in the Northeast, 4 in Tripura, 2 in Nagaland, 2 in Manipur, 1 in Nagaland, 1 in Sikkim. So almost all the states are covered with that. And that PRF is really doing some good things, is that they can develop good bankable projects, because the main challenge is that project preparation and then the land acquisition issues, then contract management. All these things are getting covered through these small PRF loans. And through that, we are trying to support them to prepare good shelf of pipeline, which can be financed by ADB or JICA or World Bank, whosoever wants to finance them. So these are some of the initiatives that we are taking. And based on that, if I just give a glimpse of it, that our ongoing portfolio in the Northeast is 1 billion. And we have developed a pipeline of another 3 billion. So 4 billion is almost our current commitment and also the expected commitment in the Northeast. And that's how we can, prove that how we are trying to support Government of India's Act East policy, implementation of the Act East policy, and to develop this kind of a credible connectivity between Northeast and the Southeast Asia, and also develop good products like bamboo, rubber, which have been identified in the Northeast Economic Corridor Study Report, and also some of the horticultural goods, which have tremendous potential in the Northeast region. Let me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chattopadhyay. That was an excellent intervention, and I think you kind of brought out the depth of ADB's engagement in the region in both the soft and the hard aspects. And the ECTS has definitely a demonstrated success, and it's an example that will be carried forward. Hopefully, also, I think the point you made about the economic corridor study, which goes back to Nikita Tanaka's point on, not just transport corridors, but economic corridor approach. One question I would have for you, maybe if I can just shortly ask you to respond in about a minute, that the PRF is a very exciting kind of intervention. And I think it helps, as you have pointed out, it not only helps ADB's pipeline, but across the board. But also, going back to Taniguchi-san's intervention, where he said that there are, essentially capacity building constraints. Every project varies. There is no standard operating procedure. So will these PRFs also lead to some capacity building standardization across the Northeast, which will again be a force multiplier across agencies?
Yeah, Pritam, that's a very good question. In fact, when we started the PRF, our main focus was twofold. One is, of course, to prepare the project, and also to bring in the sustainability factor, that how to develop capacity within these government agencies, so that even after the exit of ADB, they can sustain these projects and they can develop their own capacity. So we have one, overarching technical assistance for the northeastern states, and that technical assistance is a grant, and that grant funding is being utilized for the northeastern states to complement the work that we are doing through PRF. So PRF is focusing on the hardware aspect and also to prepare the DPRs, to prepare the safeguard documents, to prepare the bid documents. But along with that, the capacity development or the training needs, development of skills, those things are being looked after by our TA grant. So we are doing that. But of course, it's a time-consuming process, because in Northeast, as you know, that it's a major challenge. One more challenge in the Northeast is also the fund flow mechanism. I don't know how JICA is dealing with that, but fund flow mechanism is that the project authorities, how the project authorities or the implementing agencies, they can get the fund from their finance department very quickly, and whether some kind of a ring fencing can be done so that the external assistance from either JICA or ADB or World Bank, that can fast channelize to the project authority for fast implementation and better utilization. So we are also looking into that aspect, that how to strengthen the fund flow mechanism.
Thank you very much. I think we have 5 minutes, about 5 minutes to go before 5. So, quick questions from the floor, please.
Actually, I think wonderful session, economic corridors, then of course, your point of more than 20 years and the fact that Petropol, Binapol, I have some, in fact, ADB has done a series, and we've started with climate change in the morning, right? So I'm bringing all of this together to say that, we have to really look at the BBIN with Bangladesh in the heart of this entire frame, also to the possibilities of what climate change actions are forcing us to look at. So we may have to look a little northwards, because if you look at even the Binapol, see, it's the geography which actually is also responsible. I'm not saying that, the infrastructure, the nature of the terrain is such that, there are distributaries, it's a delta zone. So, the geography changes, the cross drainage works. If you're looking at hard infrastructure, it changes. We can't do anything really much about it. So all we have to really kind of be mindful is to move a little northwards. And I think Hilli Mahinderganj alternative link, I think Soumya has and Mikiko is also aware. It's an excellent proposal as a link, which actually connects the entire BBIN with Sylhet, Dhaka, and also provides to integrate the entire northeast of India with the main land of India, the heart of the Indian marketplace. and actually serves as a good economic corridor, more like a Suez Canal to the entire BBIN region. So if we were to really look at one very impactful project which can actually influence as an economic corridor, so one, of course, and it also, so one is the Siliguri corridor, which already is actually overloaded, and it's only in capacity constraints are about 22 kilometers wide stretch, we all know as a chicken's neck. But if we were to look at this multimodal connectivity via the hilly Mahinderganj, going down to Sylhet and down to Dhaka, that again provides a lot of connectivity. It further joins down to Chattagong port. And the other is we are also talking of data, sea cable connectivity. Yeah, so there is, I think multimodal connectivity is one. The World Bank representative, of course, mentioned that there is a lot of say IT solutions or data solutions, but I think data connectivity per se, because Bangladesh has sea cable connectivity, even Calcutta is actually having the sea cable connectivity via Chennai. So it's not a direct sea cable connectivity which is actually there. So I think one needs to really be mindful of this, potential of, we have spoken of energy in the morning. So data is actually another dimension which I thought I should like to bring. Congratulations to the panel. It has actually brought out issues very succinctly. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks for that intervention. I think important points on the data. I think that's a very well made point, and also the importance of the helium connectivity. Thank you for that. Any other questions from the floor? I think we'll take just one or two more, keeping in mind the time we need to leave right now.
Use of AI nowadays.
Yeah, of course, technology will play a major role in multimodal connectivity. In my presentation, I mentioned about only one aspect, that ECTS, electronic cargo tracking system. So that provides, better security and also, tracking of movement of goods. So that is really one innovation in this region. But there are several such solutions. What UNESCAP is doing on paperless trade, and then also, integrating the customs network in the region in future, if that can be thought of. So all those things can be done through technological intervention. So these things are possible in this region. It's not that they are impossible, and there are successful stories. Only thing is that those success stories need to be carried forward, need to be scaled up, and all the countries also should come together to develop this kind of a common framework. So that will, serve the purpose. It should not be a sporadic or bilateral things. It should be multilateral and throughout all the corridors.
It will increase the cost or reduce the cost, as we have discussed many things.
You see, of course, it will reduce the cost. So for ECTS also, initially we thought that whether it will attract the private sector, but later on we found that it is really getting attracted by the private sector. I give you a very simple example. Earlier, the Nepal importer, they used to come to Kolkata and Haldia port to get their goods cleared, and they used to stay in Kolkata or Haldia for days together and to get a rake booked from the port and then take it to Birganya Raksol. Now all these things are taken care of by Indian customs, and since the ECTS is there, the importer can track from his mobile or from his laptop that where his good is currently lying. So it has definitely reduced the cost.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? One last question, perhaps, if there's any. Mitali, if you have any last 30-second intervention. Is Mitali still online? I think so. I think fantastic. It's exactly 5. So this has been, thank you so much to all the panelists and all the participants. This has been, I really had to do no hard work in terms of time management, because there was such great cooperation. cooperation is the name of the game for this region as well. So thank you and have a great day. Over to Mr. Chatterjee and Vipul.
Thank you, Pritam. Thank you, everybody. I think today's meeting is not just the closing meeting of a particular project, but also we have enough food for thought for taking various ideas forward with various agencies, not just FCDO, but also with ADB, with JICA, with UNESCAP, World Bank, Center for WTO Studies. So there are various avenues. So once again, I thank all of you